Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have a mix of clouds and sun and a warmish high of 77 today. Tomorrow, by the way, is even warmer. We've got new details this morning about potential peace talks with Iran.
Sources say the Trump administration has sent Iran a 15-point peace plan addressing Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs and maritime routes like the Strait of Hormuz. Mediators are said to be pushing for a meeting soon, but the Wall Street Journal reports Iran has its own demands, including no limits on its missile program and the closure of all American bases in the Gulf. A U.S. official calling those demands unrealistic. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
Also from ABC News this morning, Israel says it needs a few more weeks to accomplish their war objectives in Iran. We've got some answers now from TDOT about how a giant roadway sign toppled onto the roadway on I-65 earlier this week. Jordan James from Channel 2 has more on that story. We'll have to get you that later, but he tells us that the wind conditions had loosened some of the bolts at the top of that sign, and those bolts came free over the years. The last time that sign was inspected was in 2022. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
Another day of sell-offs as investors once again question how long the war with Iran will last. President Trump raised hopes about new talks, but Iran pushed back, and now there's no telling how long the fighting will last. The Dow lost 84 points, the S&P fell 24, the Nasdaq plummeted 184 points. The price for a barrel of Brent crude oil rose 4% to settle at $104.49 per barrel, a day after slumping more than 10%. Benchmark U.S. crude rose nearly 5% to $92.35 per barrel. One of the sharpest losses on Wall Street came from Estee Lauder, which fell nearly 10% after confirming that it's in merger talks with Spanish cosmetics company Puig. On the winning end, Smithfield Foods, which gained 4% after the meat company reported stronger profit and revenue for the latest quarter than what analysts expected. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, stock futures this morning are all pointing up. We've got the Dow futures plus 340. The Nasdaq futures are up 218, and the S&P futures are up 48 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So I'm not seeing any delays so far on 2440 or on 65. Looks like a nice ride so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. 5:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, and welcome on in. Joan Jones broadcasting from home today, which is why you don't see her on the camera here in the studio. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
Sam is here as well, and you guys have heard of, I got a lot to do today, but real quick. You guys have heard of the wrestler Jesse Ventura, used to also be the governor?
Yes, and
For
he's gone a little
Minnesota?
crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
I think he got hit in the head one too many times. Do you know that he actually, he's now saying that Donald Trump faked his own assassination?
Yeah.
I don't really understand. The man was bleeding from the ear, and another man was shot and killed, as a matter of fact. So I saw that. And I thought, okay, how much time do I really want to spend on this? Not a whole heck of a lot. Piers Morgan was like, dude, how do you even come up to that conclusion? I've got the audio, and that is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as, Joan, you're talking about the war and what is going on, there's a now 15-point negotiating paper that has now gone to Iran, this whole idea. And so I'm going to go through some of these. Most folks only reporting a few. I've got the entire list. So we're going to go through that. So apparently, you know, Joan, it's almost like deja vu all over again, Joan Jones.
Yep.
So here we are, another day, another moment where the Trump administration is saying, oh, yeah, we're negotiating. And the Iranians are like saying, well, no, we're not negotiating. Negotiations, though, they say, are taking place. The U.S. has sent this 15-point plan to Iran for consideration. Conditions for a possible ceasefire. Iran's military arm is supposedly laughing at the notion of these literally laughing at the notion of these negotiations. Now, remember, do you know what I wish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard would do? I wish what they would do is they would have, you know, the thousands of them just, you know, go and watch like a soccer match in a stadium somewhere. Get them all like right there, nice and snug in a stadium, and let us know where they're going to be. And we could just take care of them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't think they're going to do that because they learned that that's probably not the best way to survive. But whoever Donald Trump is negotiating with right now needs to have control of the Guard. And so far, they're saying that, no, the U.S. is not in any position to negotiate. It is completely frustrating. Obviously, it's frustrating. But we are building up the military in the region. We have at least 1,000 troops, more troops heading to the region. Thousands of Marines and the sailors as well are going. So we are building up our military in the region. The reporting that I saw specifically did mention Marines and, of course, sailors as well. The Trump administration previously saying there will be no ground troops in Iran. We'll have to see if that holds. The Trump administration is saying the talks are going on, but again, Iran says that they're not. With all of this military buildup, the deaths and the injuries on our side, people are seriously starting to freak out even more. We also know about the gas prices. We're going to talk about that. There's a discussion now afoot here in Middle Tennessee, here in the state of Tennessee, about whether or not we should have a gas tax holiday. Is that something that the state can even do? We'll talk about that coming up because, you know, Georgia's doing it. I don't know if you saw that, Joan, but Georgia is now doing a gas tax holiday. And so people are saying, well, if Georgia can do it, why can't we? Well, I'm going to tell you, just tip my hand here. It is all performative. The Democrats are out there saying to the Republicans here in the state of Tennessee, oh, we need a gas tax holiday. And that's not the way that it works here in the state of Tennessee. It is going on right now in Georgia. Maryland is thinking about doing this as well, and some other states. But they do things a little differently in those states. And I'll talk about the differences coming up here on Nashville's Morning News. But, you know, with all of these folks freaking out, one guy who is not freaking out is Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary. And here's part of what Kevin O'Leary says. I need some audio, please, if I could. Sam, here we go.
And the long view here could be just 60 days. Remember, to affect the U.S. economy, you need oil. I'm talking about recession talk or hurting the economy or damaging small business. You need oil at above $93 for 3 months. We're only 1/3 into it. So everybody chillax and let this thing play out. There's a really big opportunity here, a huge one, and everybody gets the upside, including all our trading partners.
By the way, Joan, I want people to know that I was using chillax like 12 years ago before it was cool.
Yeah, I think that's kind of funny he's using that kind of language.
It's like, we chillax.
Yeah.
Work this out. We're selling stuff to Saudi Arabia. We're selling it to the UAE. We're selling it to Asia. We're selling it to Japan. This is a huge opportunity. I just see it for what it is. It's history being made.
All right, Kevin, appreciate you.
The Fox News host is like, well, he kind of threw it down. But he is right. I believe that Kevin O'Leary is right. And I've said this before. Donald Trump, with this war in Iran, I think he is gambling his entire legacy on this, to be perfectly honest. I mean, he's you know, he didn't start a war. It was an ongoing war. Oh, okay, whatever. But the reality is that he has sent a lot of people to the Middle East. He sent a lot of missiles, a lot of bombs, a lot of planes, military planes to Iran, and we are dropping those missiles. So whatever you want to say, whatever your take is on this, the reality is that he has sent military planes and he is bombing a nation in the Middle East. And so however you want to frame it is whatever you want to do, whatever, fine. But the deal is that Trump could come out here and he could be a total hero. I mean, if we end up with a regime that we can actually work with in Iran and gas prices stabilize, they go down and they stabilize in a stabilized Iran, ultimately then, in the eyes of the rest of the world, now they have some credibility. Iran would have, honestly, a lot more leverage than they do now. I do understand that they have the missiles and so forth. But you know what? If they have a government in Iran that is not going to be threatening other nations with bombs and missiles and so forth, not to mention, of course, nukes, well, then all of a sudden they are legit for the rest of the world. You know, right now, they're acting like the terrorists that they are. They're blocking the Strait of Hormuz. They're pounding the Middle East with rockets. They've been threatening the world with nukes. And to hear Kevin O'Leary talk about the opportunities that are in front of Iran, I mean, obviously, they're huge. If they would just, you know what, Joan? You ever hear the term, if they just get out of their own way?
Oh, yeah.
I think that applies to Iran, does it not?
Yeah, I think
if they
so.
would just get out of their own way, then they would be a, superpower when it comes to the amount of oil that they have, the business deals that they could embark in. I mean, you've got an oil industry that would bring Iran into the fold. That leads to more investment into the country as a whole. They could really become more of a powerhouse, Joan, economically.
Yeah. Have you heard Iran's response to the U.S. over the 15-point plan?
No. Go ahead. And you want to do the 15-point plan real quick first?
Sure. I don't have it handy.
No,
I will look
do.
it up. You
I
do?
do.
Good.
I do.
Go ahead.
So, all right. Well, is anything going on in traffic?
No.
All right.
Very clear. Yeah.
So we've got 14 of the 15 demands the Trump administration has conveyed to Iran. They must dismantle existing nuclear capabilities, obviously. They must commit never to pursue nuclear weapons, no uranium enrichment on Iranian territory. They must hand its stockpile of enriched uranium to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Their nuclear facilities must all be dismantled. The IAEA, the Atomic Energy Agency, agency must be granted.
International Atomic Energy Agency.
Yeah, the nuclear watchdog.
Yeah.
They must be granted full access to Iran's nuclear facilities. They must abandon its regional proxy paradigm, their funding terror. They must cease the funding, directing, and arming its proxies. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open. Iran's missile program must be limited in both range and quantity. They must limit its use of missiles to self-defense. And so that is part of the 15 demands. And Iran, in return, they say Iran would benefit from the end of sanctions imposed by the international community, U.S. assistance to advance its civilian nuclear program. That's important. Nuclear program for their civilians. That's the whole point is, okay, so if you want to utilize nukes for your power, that's one thing. But if you want to enrich that uranium all the way up to 60% for nuclear power, you're not going to be allowed to do that. When they say U.S. assistance to advance its civilian nuclear program, I believe, Joan, what that means is that we're going to do it for them and make sure that they're not secretly enriching to the higher grade.
Yes.
And they talk about the last one, a snapback mechanism allowing for the automatic reimposition of sanctions if Iran fails to comply would be removed. In other words, all right, so if we catch you cheating, then those sanctions are very quickly reimposed and we will destroy your economy. Now, the question is, how much of this is actually based on trust versus direct verification? Because, this International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, I mean, they need to be able to basically camp out, live in Iran, and be able to check their facilities anytime they want, full access, and absolutely no pressuring from Iran. No pressuring whatsoever. They have full access. They can check anything they want. And I do like the 13th point, U.S. assistance to advance its civilian nuclear program, because obviously what that does is that makes us in charge. And by the way, if they are agreeing to some of this stuff or all of this stuff, then they're able to sell the oil. And if they are and sell it on the open market, then they've got the money so that they can pay us to help them with their civilian nuclear program. Now, what is Iran's response? Joan?
I'm sorry. Here I am listening to audio. I apologize.
It's all right. What is their response? Because you said
Okay.
Iran had a response.
So Iran sent back a message to the United States saying that the United States should negotiate with itself to get out of a strategic defeat. So they're not even.
They're not even taking it seriously.
No, but isn't that the way they always kind of deal with the United States, saying that the back channel says that we are negotiating with the president, and then their front face is there's not even a chance. Didn't President Trump yesterday say that Iran sent him a big, beautiful gift?
Yes. And Joan, it's not only a big, beautiful, expensive gift, but it's like a secret gift.
It's a secret gift. Yeah,
it's
he
a
wouldn't
secret
tell
gift.
reporters.
People started making fun, actually, of the president. I've got that audio and that video coming up.
I love that.
So, I don't know, man. Again, it's Groundhog's Day. It's like deja vu all over again. Who is Donald Trump speaking with? Because Trump is saying that he is speaking with some very important people. And Donald Trump is saying that he is speaking to the people in charge. By the way, here's more on Iran's response. And need some audio and some video.
Well, some of these have been put out into the public sphere from the Iranian side. For example, the president of Iran has said that one of the things that would need to happen would be security guarantees, assurances that the war would not be resuming. Reuters has cobbled together a list here that you see here. Compensation for wartime losses. We've even heard the Iranians use the term reparations.
Which is interesting. This is News Nation. and compensation for wartime losses. That was not in the 14 of the 15 points that I just read. So I think part of what's going on is there is a number of different lists that are going around, but it doesn't seem like Iran is happy with any of the lists.
Formal control of the Strait of Hormuz, no ballistic missile program limitations. That last one especially is going to be a difficult one for the Israeli side to swallow, and more than likely from the Americans as well. There are indications that Iran has said that they're prepared to dig their heels in on all of this, believing that they have some degree of leverage, which is why when you listen to people here in the Israeli public, they're not putting a lot of stock into the potential for any talks here, believing that the gap to bridge is just simply a little bit too far wide. And most people here believe that there's still a ways to go in this war.
You know, one of the things that I've spoken about often enough is that Iran, they put things out there, and you just heard this reporter on News Nation say this, that they are oftentimes saying things for the benefit of their own people. Because right now their regime looks, not only do they look dead, because a lot of them are, but they also don't want to look weak. Now, this is President Trump, and this is the president talking about, as Joan was saying, this very mysterious gift that the president has received from Iran.
Make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present. And the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
I want to know, Joan, how did this gift arrive at the White House?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
like the
very
first
good
the
question.
first thing I thought of was, okay, well, did this come from like UPS, or I mean, how does this work?
The Amazon driver.
The Amazon driver shows
the
up to the White
drone.
House gate.
The drone dropped it off.
Oh my God! You know what? That would actually, knowing Iran, that would be more plausible. But yeah, and
There's no way that a drone could even get within
I know
the airspace in Washington, D.C. So he hinted, and I'm not sure if your piece said something about this, but that it was oil and gas related.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that it was more like a gift of
like
property
a
rights
policy
or,
gift, something like mineral rights or maybe something like that. Well, here's more of what the president said.
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating?
All right, so apparently it did have something to do with the Strait of Hormuz, and I don't know if this is something where they have opened it up partially, opened some of it back up. I have not seen that it has been opened partially back up. I haven't checked it this morning. Joan, have you seen, is any part of the Strait of Hormuz opened back up?
Not that I've heard. No.
I haven't seen it either, but maybe we'll see some, based on what the president is saying, maybe we'll see some of it opened up. But so again, it's just, who are we talking to? Who's in charge? Are we talking to the right people? And is the Iranian military, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, are they on board with what the president, whoever the president is negotiating with in Iran, are they affiliated with that person? They are coming out and saying, no, this is all a joke, And no, we're not taking any of this seriously. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, basically, they're saying that the president of the United States, number one, is not negotiating with the right person. And number two, they're also saying that, no, the United States is not in any position to negotiate. So it's another day of our shoulders are up around the ears and the palms are going up like we don't really know what's going on. But we'll have to ultimately wait and see what happens. It is 5:25, and Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here after punching match with his neighbor, we'll tell you whether Brentwood police intend to charge Reacher star Alan Richson. That's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 5:30 here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A little warmer today. We've got a mix of sun and clouds, and we'll get up to 77 this afternoon. There is new urgency to reach a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security and pay TSA agents. Those agents have gone 40 days now without being paid, and more of them are calling out sick.
In Washington, there appears to be new momentum for a deal to end the standoff. Senate Republicans have now agreed to fund the TSA and every agency inside Homeland Security except for immigration enforcement. Democrats pitched the plan, suggesting they're willing to fight separately for immigration policing reforms. President Trump saying this yesterday.
I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it.
Any Senate deal could still face an uphill battle in the House.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. Now, Republicans would add ICE funding to a separate reconciliation bill. Another step ahead for the Music City Loop project. The Convention Center Authority, which makes decisions about Music City Center, has given the Boring Company permission to tunnel underneath their property. Here's News 2's Bob Mueller.
The downtown Music City Center has now agreed to allow the Boring Company to tunnel underneath their property. The tunneling will take place along the west side of the center. The loop will connect the Nashville airport to the downtown core.
Now, the agreement allows an entrance and exit station to be built at the Music City Center. Actor Alan Ritchson will not face any charges for a punching match with his neighbor. The Brentwood resident was seen on viral video punching a man several times after that neighbor, Ronnie Taylor, stepped in front of Ritchson's motorcycle. On the video, Ritchson can be heard yelling, "You threaten my safety, bro."
Brentwood police say the incident happened over the weekend. After going over video evidence and witness statements, police found Ritchson acted in self-defense.
That's News 2's Haley Walgus. Now, Taylor accused the actor of driving like a lunatic through the neighborhood. The neighbor admitted later that to TMZ that he pushed Ritchson before, in his words, getting pummeled by Ritchson. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we do have a problem this morning on southbound 65 around the North Loop area of I-24. It's police activity. It's off to the right shoulder, but of course it's attracting some attention, so it's slow traffic around that spot. Things on 24 look great this morning. 40 showing no delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. All right, so I'm going to admit something to you, Joan. I'm going to admit something to you, Sam, and the people listening.
Okay.
I've never seen an episode of Reacher.
Yeah.
I've never seen an episode of Reacher.
Did you ever see the original one with Tom Cruise?
That I saw.
Yeah, that was a great stinking movie.
As a matter of fact, Sam just had to give me the very quick 5-second pronunciation guide on how to say Alan Richardson. Alan Richardson. Okay. So Alan Richardson plays Jack Reacher in, I guess it's a TV show, obviously.
Yeah, Amazon.
And apparently very popular, very manly kind of show. And he lives here in Middle Tennessee in Brentwood. So he is in the news because he rides his his motorcycle through the neighborhood and really fast, or as his neighbor says, like a lunatic. And he steps in front of Richardson's motorcycle. He steps in front of it as he's riding through the neighborhood. So I've got the video and I've got the audio on a separate track because there's a lot of cursing in it, and I've spent a lot of time over the past 3 minutes hurriedly editing out all of the curse words. But basically, just to cut to the chase, the neighbor steps in front of Richardson's motorcycle, and I can't tell how fast Richardson is going in the video, but the neighbor is really angry that that Richardson has been driving through the neighborhood on his motorcycle and driving very fast. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, I've got the first part of the video, which really is the part that's important from a visual standpoint, as Richardson is driving through the neighborhood, very highfalutin homes, by the way, and he's driving through the neighborhood on his motorcycle, and the neighbor literally steps in front of a moving motorcycle, and I don't know if it looks like Richardson may have fallen off of his bike.
He slammed on the brakes.
He slammed on the brakes. Did it cause him to fall off? It's so okay.
Threw
so
him forward.
Right,
he's with his kids too, by the way. You don't see them, but his
Right.
two kids are riding their little mini motorcycles through the neighborhood too.
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean it turns
With
into
helmets.
it turns into a big thing. And as much as I don't like, people who ride motorcycles fast through neighborhoods, and by the way, I don't know how fast or how bad it's been with Richardson riding through the neighborhood on his motorcycle, if it's been really bad or whatever.
As someone who's delivered in Brentwood, I will tell you, if the sign says 30, you better be going 20 or 25 or they're going to lose it.
So I've got the audio now. This is the audio, and I've cleaned it up. Hopefully we're in delay. Sam, make sure
boy.
you know.
Have
Listen,
your hand on the button.
I was under duress, but this is the sound of the altercation between Alan Richardson and his neighbor as his neighbor steps in front of his motorcycle.
Kidding me, dude? Exactly what you deserve. Are you kidding me, bro? For what? For what? For what? Stand in front of a bike again, dude. For doing what? You threatened my safety, bro. Are you kidding me? I should knock you the fuck out of here. Go ahead, knock me out. Go ahead. I've called the BPD. I've called them already because you've been driving around this neighborhood like a lunatic, ruining. There's kids riding around here. Go ahead. It's all on camera. Go ahead. Are you drunk right now, bro? Go ahead. Are you drinking? Go ahead. Call the police. Out of your mind, dude. Call the police. You're lucky I don't knock you out, bro. Go ahead. Knock me out. Go ahead. I called the police. Unbelievable, dude. I called the police. It's on camera. You're riding around here like a lunatic. I should have run you over, dude. You're driving around like a lunatic. I called the police. I'm going to put an assault charge on you. I'm going to put an assault charge on you. Assault charge.
So, and then he starts sort of just I don't know exactly what Alan Richardson was doing at that point. I don't know if he was circling the guy or just they went along their merry way.
Well, so an observation, the guy does sound drunk, but he's also got an accent. Sounds like a British accent, maybe?
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to kind of determine, but you'd have to kind of be drunk to step out in front of a motorcycle, right?
Yeah, you'd have to be insane to step in front of a motorcycle
driven by Jack Reacher.
Well, I don't. You know what? I wouldn't know this dude, Alan Richardson, if I saw him in the Walmart. I wouldn't. But
he would stand out to you. Just put it that.
But he's a big guy.
His body's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't care if it's a small person riding the motorcycle. You don't stand in front of a moving motorcycle. You don't just, sort of if the guy's driving down the road on the motorcycle, you don't step in front of it because that could cause the person to fall off of the bike. I mean, I don't know what else to say. And so now you say that the police, Joan, are not going to be pressing charge. They ought to press whatever the charge it would be. They ought to press a charge of stalking against the damn neighbor.
So
be willfully obstructing traffic.
News 2 reports that they said Alan Richardson was defending himself against this guy.
Yes.
And Alan Richardson doesn't want charges pressed against the neighbor.
Now, why is that? Like, would you?
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell how nice of a guy he is.
Except that. Yeah. Well, except
I'm sorry. Richmond is. You're saying Richmond is a nice guy.
Richardson is.
Okay.
However, if he's driving like a lunatic and some of the neighbors are concerned about their kids getting hit because of it,
that's a legit concern.
In a neighborhood in Brentwood, then there would be 30 cameras that would have already been leaked showing that there was reckless driving going on. Like I said, if you're not doing under the speed limit in a Brentwood neighborhood, they're going to freak out on you. And he's with his kids. He's not doing anything ridiculous. They're like 9 and 12. So they're riding their bikes, that's for sure.
They're on like little mini mopeds kind of a thing.
They've got, crotch rockets. They've got the smaller equivalent to the full-size bike that their dad rides. That's what they're called.
Crotch rockets?
Yeah.
Is that literally the name?
That's
that's what you're calling
it. Colloquialism.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Anyway, so I don't know. If I'm Richmond, I would press charges. I would. Because that guy is beyond the pale. Now, here's the other question that I would have is, did the neighbors sort of get together and maybe have a conversation? Because, HOAs, right? So I wonder if anybody got to Alan and said, hey, could you just chill out with the bike? You know what? Chillax. Could you chillax with the motorcycle is what they could have asked him to do.
Old man called the cops on me for riding a go-kart through my neighborhood. I had a little orange flag.
A go-kart?
Had a reflector and everything. There are people in the South that don't want their neighborhoods disturbed in that manner. They don't want to hear bikes. They don't want to hear go-karts. They get very pearl clutchy over it.
We've got a kid in my neighborhood that rides. It's so funny. I was talking to Amy about this the other day. We've got a kid in our neighborhood, and we've lived there for about 7 years. And we've seen this kid graduate from little itty bitty bikes to a bigger bike, little kid bike, and now he's driving. I don't know what you'd call it, a little kid moped kind of a thing, and but he's very respectful, and he wears a helmet, and he's not going really fast, and and I don't have a problem with it. I think use your term, Sam, maybe some of the other neighbors are pearl clutching. I'm certainly not, because I've had kids in my neighborhoods that have done far worse than riding around a little mopedy kind of a thing. So
it doesn't help that the guy that stopped him also then decided to record his, I guess, confession video that he blatantly admits to doing everything wrong. And there's a "Make America Great Again" hat in the background that people are losing their mind over.
So who's got the "Make America Great Again" sign? Is it the neighbor?
The neighbor.
Or is it okay? The neighbor has a "Make America." Well, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you could be a Trump supporter and still not like the fact that somebody may be riding loudly and like a lunatic through your neighborhood.
It kind of fascinates me when people move here from any other nation and presume to know how the laws work?
Well,
because him stopping traffic is its own. That's a
violation.
That's its own offense.
Yeah.
And then causing an accident, you could also argue that's its own offense. He falls off his bike.
Yeah.
And then he's having to whoop your butt in front of his kids and then go home and explain to them why he had to do that.
Honey, I'm sorry that I've got bloody knuckles, but I've got a really good reason why.
This time it didn't happen on set.
Does this show the kids how to handle a conflict?
I think so, because he used restraint. If you watch the full video of him throwing punches, he tells the guy to stay down after he knocks him to the ground, and he's using restraint because the dude he's ripped. I mean, he could have done serious damage.
So, okay, so the version, you're filling in some blanks that I don't have. So Richmond actually beat the guy up? Because the video that I saw, I didn't see any fisticuffs.
Oh, yeah, no, it turns into fisticuffs. It was somebody else's doorbell cam.
Okay.
From their porch perspective into the street. And so he gets the guy knocked down. He tries to get back up. He tells him to stay down, punches him one more time, and then waits till he stays down to go about his merry way. The fact that he only has a couple of bruises on his face, in my mind, he should consider himself lucky.
Can I just say this? And the mom of the show may cringe at this, but sometimes people need to get their ass kicked.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree.
Okay,
I totally agree with that.
Forget she's from Jersey.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm down with that. I just think that there's, some other, like, if your kids are right there, maybe the appropriate thing to do is to take the guy somewhere else.
And then kick his ass.
And then kick his butt. Like,
No,
don't let your kids see
what?
you in a brawl like that.
You know what? I would disagree, Joan.
Yeah,
I believe
disagree.
that there are times where kids
specifically young boys,
kids need to see the dad taking care of business.
I saw it as a kid.
Did you?
I was about 9 or 10 years old. Some guy was trying to basically rob my dad at Kroger.
Well,
he's like, "Give me your wallet." And there's a security guard right there. And instead of screaming, I watched my dad go, "Yeah, no, not today."
That's not going to happen.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've called him One Punch Paul ever since.
One Punch Paul. I love it. That's actually pretty good.
We've all had, like, crazy neighbors. So, I think that you don't come to fisticuffs in every situation.
True.
You
just leave dog poop on their front porch.
That's what you do. You know what? If I had a problem with a neighbor, I'd pick up some of Bandit's dog poop from the backyard, just stick it on their front porch.
Well, if you want to get maniacal with it, you feed him something makes his tummy upset. Then you just take him over there.
Anyway.
I had fun with I had a neighbor in Annapolis, and we lived in a townhome. And unfortunately, our back decks were, right next to each other, essentially. Oh. So this guy, I would come out my door and sit in the sun or go to my flowers, whatever, and this guy would always come out the back door at the same time.
Nothing creepy about that, Joan.
Not at all. So I knew he had a camera set up. So I went out and bought a palm tree that has a long fronds on it and set it out on that side of the porch so that they were always moving and always setting off his camera. It was a lot of fun. He complained about it all the time.
You could say, do, looking out my back door.
Yeah.
All right. So people are saying that Richmond is extremely liberal. I got the super text line on.
Okay.
So Richmond is, they say, extremely liberal, and that the MAGA hat isn't his.
Yeah, it's the neighbors said that.
Let's see. He hates Trump. That's so funny.
I got into an Instagram
It's
argument
called a
with him one
pocket
time.
rocket, Sam, is what people are saying. A pocket rocket, not a crotch rocket.
That's what you call a concealed carry weapon.
Whatever. Anyway, let's see. Blah, blah, blah. The kids moaning. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Sounds like a male Karen, LOL.
Pretty much.
That extra punch is an assault. That's where the assault comes in. Does Dan live in a cave? They've been called crotch rockets since at least the 90s, if not earlier. Well,
thank you.
You know what? Joan has been in the cave, too, because she didn't know about that either.
No, I've heard it before. I just choose not to say those words. I'll leave that to Sam.
Got it.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Someone wants to know how Bandit is doing.
Also, the second punch wouldn't be considered assault just because There's a provocation
8280
clause in
says,
Tennessee. Just saying.
the neighbor has a British accent. He gave an interview to TMZ and has a Make America Great Again hat in the background, so he's probably listening to your show.
Ah,
you know what?
see?
Hey, Sam, take the
because he's up at 5:51.
You know what?
He might be.
He probably had trouble sleeping because of the beatdown that he took from Reacher. So, British guy with a MAGA hat, if you're listening, call this phone number right now, 615-737, he's not going to call, 615-737-9986. That's the number. So if you happen to be listening right now, or, you know what, if you know what's going on in this neighborhood, I've done this before, where it's like something has been happening in a neighborhood, and I'll call out, hey, if you live in this neighborhood, call us, and people have called in. So if you live in this Brentwood neighborhood and you know what's been going on between these two, call us and let us know at 5:52 in the morning. And it seems like the super text line is a little split on this. You know, some people say the guy deserved the beatdown. Other people saying
He literally asked for it.
that he asked for it. Others say no, you've got to show a little restraint. And you know what? If you are Alan Richson, you've got to realize that the guy can come back and sue you. That's the other part of this equation.
Yeah, that's the
because remember
civil part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because remember, there's criminal and then there's civil. And from a civil liability standpoint, what do they call it? What do they call it?
Statute of limitations?
Not the statute of limitations. The
types of damages?
The bar is lower. The bar is lower.
The burden of proof is way lower.
So, the burden of proof is way lower.
I'll just point out the one thing, and that's why we don't have a lot of these cases in Tennessee, is provocation's a huge thing. If you walk up to somebody and say, I bet you won't fight me, and then they fight you and they break your nose, you're not going to really have much of an argument in court when you go, well, Judge, I told him to fight me.
The Reacher actor is anti-police. That's why he didn't press charges.
Oh, I see.
I don't know, man.
That makes sense.
Yeah. 5848, can you extend your range to better cover Clarksville? I'd be forever grateful.
I don't know what it is. A certain point past 24, and it just starts cutting out.
That's when I tell people, listen to YouTube, or watch on YouTube and Facebook and all the rest of the apps. You know, listen to the WTN app. It's actually a lot better now than it used to be, because it used to really, it was terrible. I wanted to, Richmond somebody if they couldn't fix the app all the time.
Is that what we're going to call it now?
That's what we're going to call it now.
Richson.
Richson. You want to Richson somebody.
I'm going to roundhouse Richson you in the face.
That's exactly right. 4702 has a great point. He showed restraint by not caving the guy's face in.
100%. Could have made him look like an old school British fella and knocked all his teeth out.
And you know what? And I'm going to say that the MAGA guy, the British neighbor, I'm going to say that we can agree on politics, and I can still say you were wrong for getting in front of a moving motorcycle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you have a problem, call the police.
And I can hate Richardson's politics and still agree that somebody shouldn't be getting in front of his motorcycle. So anyway, if you are the British MAGA guy that was dumb enough to get into in front of Alan Richardson's motorcycle, and by the way,
I'm sure he'll call with that lead in.
and by the way, can I say one more thing? Is that you are provoking someone if you are getting in front of their moving motorcycle and then yelling at them. But I don't know who threw the first punch.
There's an instance where it may not matter based on where the video lines up with the audio, but he literally says, you're going to get off your bike and fight me or something? Like, you're going to hit me?
And it's like, as a matter of fact, yes. All right, we got to go. 5:55, Jones got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, at 6 o'clock. Oh, geez. Coming up at 6, how realistic is it to think that Iran will negotiate in good faith with the U.S.? We'll take a look at that. Also, Delta Airlines is pulling the rug out from under Congress members. We'll tell you how coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7.
Best story of the day.
Yes,
absolutely. If I had to fly today, I would go out of my way to fly Delta Airlines. Jones got the big story coming up at 6 on WTN.
6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Mediators from Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan have been pushing for a meeting between the U.S. and Iran. The Wall Street Journal reporting this morning that both sides remain far apart. Now, the U.S. has set a 15-point plan to end the war, but Iran's response, it said the U.S. should negotiate with itself to get out of a strategic defeat. Meantime, the White House says Operation Epic Fury continues unabated.
More U.S. troops are preparing to deploy to the region, up to 1,500 troops from the 82nd Airborne, in addition to 4,500 Marines and sailors arriving in the region this week. The president has said he does not plan to put boots on the ground in Iran, but the soldiers of the 82nd are trained to parachute behind enemy lines.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. Now, just talking about the conclusion to the conflict has helped worldwide oil prices to fall back. Brent crude, the global oil benchmark, declined to roughly $96.50 yesterday, falling back from $110 earlier this week. Delta Airlines has suspended its airport escorts and red coat services for members of Congress and their staff. This comes after Delta's CEO Ed Bastian blasted Congress during an interview on CNBC for failing to authorize pay for TSA agents during the shutdown. In a statement, Delta said, next to safety, Delta's number one priority is taking care of our people and customers, which has become increasingly difficult in the current environment. Tennessee leaders working on a plan to roll out high-speed internet statewide by 2028. And to do that, the state has announced a major investment of $200 million in state and federal funding, paired with about $200 million in matching funds from internet service providers. That money to be used to expand the current broadband infrastructure. Governor Lee's office says that at the start of his administration in 2019, 20% of the state was without broadband service, and now it's just down to 2%. So this program is working on that last 2%. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures rose overnight on word that the White House has sent Tehran a plan to end the U.S.-Iran war. After gains Monday, the Dow Jones slipped 84 points yesterday, but still closed above 46,000. The S&P fell 0.4%, the Nasdaq 0.8. The high cost of air travel is about to get higher. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby tells ABC News the Gulf War is pushing up the price of jet fuel and that airfares are likely to rise by about 20% as a result.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. And stock futures this morning, everything is still pointing up. We've got the Dow futures on the plus side by 394 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Loan Pronto. Stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. It is a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity with no appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day with a rate that is at a 3-year low. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out all their credit cards, started a home improvement project, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,500. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much cash you can get. No hard credit pull up front. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Loan Pronto, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau with nearly 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
right, so we have a crash on 65 southbound between I-24 north and I-65-24 downtown. So that's exits 88 and 86 in Talbot's Corner area. Pretty heavy delays this morning in that spot, so it's stop-and-go traffic all the way through it. You've got delays stacking up now on 24 westbound as well, from Laverne all the way into the city this morning. 40, however, looks like it's running just fine. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mm-hmm. 608 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. People all over Clarksville are now texting into the Super Text line, Joan, and
Yes.
they are, giving their 2 cents as far as WTN, 100,000 watts of FM power. And I guess we don't do well in Clarksville. I've not heard that before. Maybe it's more of a recent thing, but some are saying some of the other radio stations do come in better in Clarksville than WTN. And it all has to do, I don't want to dwell on this, but it all has to do with like how a signal goes out from the transmitter, where your transmitter is, and what it's licensed to, whether there is a 99.7 some other place, in Tennessee. You know what I mean, Joan and Sam? And again, I don't want to belabor the point. I will, though, congratulate, Joan, the people in Clarksville, because they didn't have to hear me say Alan Richson's name wrong like 15 times, which is what I did in the previous segment. It's Richson. I thought it was either Richmond or Richardson. So, but it's Richson.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. I don't care. You know what, Alan, though, don't beat me up. It was an honest mistake.
Isn't there something about springtime and the FM signal? Things get scrambled because of an atmospheric condition. If you stand on one foot and hold your hand up, like that kind of thing.
I blame the geography.
I don't know. I actually, it's been so long since I've actually cared about that stuff.
The physical tower is in Hendersonville, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we just have a relay point here in Nashville.
But here's the thing. Is that you can listen on YouTube. You can.
Right, it doesn't have to be FM.
When I was on my honeymoon, I remember this, and then I'm going to get to business. But when I was on my honeymoon in, wherever I was on my honeymoon, all I remember is there was a swimming pool. No, it was some place where we needed a passport. Whatever. Anyway, we're at our honeymoon, and I listened to WTN out by the pool when I was heavily drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? So, and I was on YouTube. So you can listen on YouTube, the apps, everywhere.
For anyone judging Dan for that, obviously you were on vacation. But remember, his day ends at 10 a.m.
That's right. Thank you, Sam.
Don't make excuses for him, Sam.
No, you know what the thing is, though? I think it was like Barbados we went, someplace like that.
Yeah.
But just some exotic port. In fairness to me, I was drunk most of the time. Anyway, moving right along. Tennessee lawmakers are now debating whether we need a gas tax holiday. So this is the Democrats. Just so you know, this is a Democrat narrative, and they're trying to make the Republicans look bad because the Democrats know that in the state of Tennessee, there actually is no mechanism currently to implement a gas tax holiday. Now, we all do know that the gas prices are going up due to the war in Iran.
Tonight, the average cost of a gallon of diesel gas in Tennessee is more than $5. That number could come down. Tennessee Democrats are pushing for a gas and diesel tax holiday.
Right. It sounds good, doesn't it? Oh, we need a gas holiday. We need a diesel holiday, a tax holiday. Well, we can't do it. And the Democrats know this. What they're trying to do is make the Republicans look bad. The Democrats pressuring the Republicans to vote in a gas tax holiday to help gasoline prices, which obviously everybody knows they are up. This is mainly a Democrat idea. You have John Ray Clemens and others up there screaming about Bill Lee's budget.
It comes after Governor Bill Lee announced additional priorities in his proposed budget, which did not include any tax relief for Tennesseans.
It's March, and this is madness.
Right. Okay. So this is an idea, again, by the Democrats. Now, they do recognize that we are paying more at the pump. Gas has gone up $1.09 in the last month, and here in Tennessee, it is worth noting that oil did close lower yesterday. Diesel has been going up. So here in Tennessee right now, we pay, just so you folks know, 26 cents a gallon with the gas tax. It's 26 cents a gallon per, for the taxes. 27 cents on diesel. That's what the tax is on diesel. So yes, we could save like $8 per fill-up if we were able to do this, depending obviously on the kind of vehicle that you drive. Now, some folks are going to say that really, overall scheme of things, that's not very much. But the reality is that if you drive for a living, saving $8 an hour on gasoline every time you fill up because you no longer have taxes, that would be a great thing, wouldn't it? I mean, I agree. If you Uber driver, Lyft driver, maybe you deliver groceries, that can add up big time. And so the Democrats, again, having this idea, big old press conference saying, oh, yeah, Republicans, we have a supermajority in the state of Tennessee. Pressure the Republicans. Tell them that you want a gasoline tax holiday.
It comes after Governor Bill Lee announced additional priorities in his proposed budget, which did not include any tax relief for Tennesseans.
It's March, and this is madness.
So the report from Channel 4 says that, and I just wanted to play that lawmaker, I think that's John Ray Clemens, whining about it's March madness. Here's the deal. Number one, the gasoline tax, it brings in $78 million, they say. And the Democrats say this idea of cutting the gas tax is easy. The reality is, no, it's not easy to cut the gasoline tax. As a matter of fact, you would have to change state law.
We're calling on our colleagues across the aisle who really have control of this state budget, as you all know, to find out how to afford this. And it's easy.
Democrats are asking the Republican supermajority to refuse to pass the bill that would double Tennessee's school vouchers.
So there's the idea right there, right? So Democrats are against the idea of the scholarships that are increasing this year in Bill Lee's budget. So what they're trying to do is cut those and put it towards the gas tax, basically moving money around. But again, even if the state legislature and the governor all agreed, okay, let's do this, it's never been done in the state of Tennessee before. So there's no real framework to give the people of Tennessee a gasoline holiday, a gasoline tax holiday. There's no framework for it. But beyond all that, and we've never done this before, the gas stations are the one that set their prices. It's obviously not the state, it's the gasoline stations. So even if we try to implement a gas tax holiday, we don't have a mechanism to do that. That's why the Republicans have been saying, well, it's unenforceable. We can do whatever it is that we want to do to, try to give the people of Tennessee a gas tax holiday, a diesel tax holiday, but it's unenforceable because the gas stations can basically do what they want.
Georgia just did this 3 days ago, so other states are doing it. It's proposed in Maryland right now. So, other states are looking to help their working people. You'd think the volunteer state would as well.
Well, there's more to it than that, and these guys know it. Details straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes, sunshine passing clouds today, a high somewhere between 75 and 79 degrees. And basically, we're getting warmer, it sounds like, as the week goes on. And appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So talking about the Democrats and their idea of the supermajority in the state legislature, voting in a gasoline holiday tax. And by the way, we make about $70 to $80 million per month on the gasoline tax. And so that is obviously for, road repair and road construction and the like. So you heard, the brain trust of the Democrats talking about how Georgia has done it and Maryland is looking at doing it. Well, there's a difference between how Georgia can do it and has done it and what we are able to do here in the state of Tennessee. Georgia did it a few days ago. That's true. But they have a different system in Georgia. They tax the gasoline distributors, not the actual individual gasoline stations. In Georgia, they tax the gasoline distributors, so they tax the gas before it gets to the gas stations. They tax the gas wholesale, as they say. And I know I'm getting into the weeds, but it is important. So that means that the distributors then sell the gasoline without the tax included. They're legally, by the way, required to do that in the state of Georgia. They're legally required to sell the gasoline to the stations at the correct level. So if you do business in Georgia, you've got to follow the Georgia law. And if Georgia cuts the tax on the gasoline to the distributors, then again, they have to turn around and sell it at the correct price to the gasoline stations. Maryland, by the way, does work the same exact way. Here in the state of Tennessee, we tax the actual gasoline stations. So we could drop the gas tax, yeah, but then the gasoline stations could charge the same amount anyway and pocket the difference. And so that's the difference between Georgia and Maryland and the state of Tennessee. And before people start screaming that, they want Tennessee to be more like Georgia, I'd also remind you that Georgia has a state income tax, as does Maryland, and the state of Tennessee does not. So be careful as to what you wish for when you start talking about how you want Tennessee to be more like Georgia. I mean, I get it. I totally understand. I think clearly what the Democrats are trying to do, though, is they are trying to narrative build. They're trying to drive the point home that gasoline and other cost of living items are more expensive right now under Donald Trump because of the war in Iran. They want to get the Republicans on record as saying this is an idea that is impossible to do under the current law. And so this is, shocking, I know. This is something that I would say is performative by the Democrats in Tennessee.
Some Republican leaders say not only is a gas tax holiday unenforceable, but it doesn't benefit consumers because gas stations set their own prices, adding Democrats know this. In a statement to News 2, House Transportation Chairman Representative Dan Howell saying in part, quote, it would come at a steep cost by draining critical funding for roads. In the end, it's a short-sighted proposal designed purely for political theater.
There you go.
As we do every year, Republicans will continue to bring forth meaningful policies with the end goal of putting money back into Tennesseans' pockets.
All right, so that is, why Georgia is able to do that. Maryland might be able to do it. We'll see what happens there. But that Tennessee cannot do it, at least right now. You would have to have a massive change in state law. I'm trying to get either Cameron Sexton or Jack Johnson on to talk about this in more detail. But I mean, that basically is the long and short of it regarding gasoline prices and the possibility of doing a gas tax holiday here in the state of Tennessee. 621, Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, we've got the latest on how realistic it is to think that an Iranian regime could come to an agreement with the U.S. and also an investigation that's pinpointed some of the errors that occurred at the LaGuardia airplane crash. We've got those details coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 621, Super Talk 99.7, Mark Spain Real Estate. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, it is the easiest way to sell your home. You're going to save time, make the most money as well. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they are going to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. Now, one of their clients, Steve, said, my experience with Mark Spain Real Estate was beyond 5 stars. Not only did he get an amazing offer on his home, he says we closed quickly as well. He says, I'm so appreciative of Mark Spain Real Estate. And Steve's not alone. Mark Spain Real Estate, they've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. They sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. So trust Mark Spain Real Estate to provide the strongest cash offer in the industry and sell your home hassle-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Dan Mandis here, 623 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And my place to shop for furniture and appliances is DT McCall's. I've bought both from DT McCall's. They can help you as well. They're always looking for ways to save you money at DT McCall's. Check out their website. It is dtmccalls.com. Now, if you need a washing machine, this is the time, and DT McCall's is the place. They've got the GE Energy Star Ultra Fast Combo right now. With the rebate, you're talking about saving $800. It is March, and that means that you might need a new barbecue as well. They've got the best in barbecues, Louisiana grills at great prices for all budgets. And if you've got a room to fill, they can help you with the best brands on sectionals and recliners for the living room, bedroom suites, and dining room furniture as well, all at great prices and customer service as well. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, no doubt one near you. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online. dtmccalls.com. 628 Nashville's Morning News. Joan, I've got like 60 seconds of crazy.
Okay, we all love crazy.
You want to hear 60 seconds of crazy, Sam?
Sure.
I need some video. This is former wrestler Jesse Ventura.
When he got
guy.
Well, when he got shot, Jesse, to be fair to Trump.
Wait a minute, Piers.
To be fair to Trump, when he got shot.
I'm going to tell you.
When he got shot, he got back up.
Jesse Ventura is maintaining that Donald Trump faked his assassination attempt.
Then fight.
Oh, yeah, right. You ever hear of a blade job? Anyway.
A blade? What, you think it was fake?
Anyway, I don't know. Where's his scar today?
Somebody died, literally, sitting behind him.
I don't know. You know, come on, Piers. You're going to tell me this guy's a big hero now?
I thought that day he was.
That's what you're going to tell me?
That day he was.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, well, then he accomplished what he wanted out of you guys.
No, I think you can be heroic on one day and you can be less heroic on others.
You know what's so funny is, first of all, cuckoo, but, beyond that, I really hate, and I don't know why it's really starting to bug me these days, Joan.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, listen, Jesse, if you've got something to say, say it.
Yeah.
Don't intimate that Donald Trump faked his assassination attempt somehow when a man behind him was literally killed. It's like, Jesse Ventura, if you've got something to say, have the testicular fortitude to just come out and say it. Don't be such a wuss and just say, I don't know, you dummy. You got something to say. Have the balls to come out and say it.
And he didn't respond to that. He didn't respond to the fact that somebody was killed.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, Pierce, you're going to say that he's a hero now? That wasn't what you said. What you said, or what you intimated, was that Donald Trump faked an assassination attempt. TDS.
It's alive and well.
It is alive and well. Anyway, whatever. Jesse Ventura, what a nut. It is 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The NTSB has revealed what they have learned from the Air Canada cockpit recorders after the LaGuardia crash. Now, among the crucial errors here, one traffic controller granted permission for the plane to land on runway 4, but another one cleared the fire truck to cross the same runway. And then the truck's surface safety system failed to trigger alerts for those controllers. An NTSB official read out the final moments before the fatal crash yesterday.
At 9 seconds, the tower instructed truck 1 to stop. At 8 seconds, there was a sound consistent with the airplane's landing gear touching down on the runway. At 6 seconds, there was a pilot transfer of controls from one pilot to the other. And at 4 seconds, the tower again instructed truck 1 to stop. At 0 seconds, the recording ended.
Now, another revelation here. The two controllers had been working a shift that typically starts at 10:30 at night, lasts till 6:30 in the morning. And that's when air traffic controllers have historically experienced fatigue. The NTSB says that's a shift that's been the focus of past investigations. Well, something new for NES customers to fume about. Channel 4 is reporting that ratepayers are now funding a 24-hour security detail for the utilities executives. Here's WSMV4 investigates Jeremy Finley.
NES's embattled leader, Teresa Applin-Broyles, started receiving 24 hours a day protection from off-duty Metro Police at her Nashville home on February 1st. That's according to emails between Metro Police and WSMV4 investigates. Also receiving 12 hours a day security at his home, COO Brent Baker.
It further angers me.
Councilwoman Courtney Johnson has become a fierce critic of NES since the storm.
It just seems more and more I'm seeing just a very flippant attitude on how we spend ratepayer and taxpayer dollars.
Now, this security detail has cost the utility and its customers about $144,000 to date. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
$144,000?
Yep. So it's two people, two people who are receiving
Right.
the security detail, and it's 24 hours a day. So you have to imagine there's at least 3 off-duty officers for each of them covering,
Yeah.
you know.
That is,
yeah.
Have they been receiving death threats?
It's not clear. Like, that's not part of the report. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Joan.
There you go. You betcha.
It is.
Are you an NES customer?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm Wilson County. So.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But I mean, I would say that these people. Okay, so if you want to go down this road, how much? I shouldn't do this here, but didn't we all realize that she was making upwards of like $600,000 a year?
And so why can't she pay her own? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she should be paying for her own 24-hour security. $600,000 a year, and whatever. All right, moving right along. 634, Dan Mandis here, Window Nation. We could do a Daily Dan poll. You want to do a Daily Dan poll? Should Teresa Boyles Applin, should the taxpayers have to pay her security? Because that's a big fat no from yours truly. I don't know about the other guy. Anyway, Window Nation. By the way, we do have Jonathan Fahey coming up at 6:36 here on Super Talk 99.7. We're going to talk about ICE in airports and a whole lot more. Window Nation, is your heat or AC running more than it should, no matter the weather? You got to check out my friends at Window Nation, because your window installation, it could be failing. Now, right now is a perfect time to upgrade your windows. The more you buy, the more you save with Window Nation, up to 50% off all window styles. Be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. Now, a lot of reasons why you should trust Window Nation. First of all, they've got that A+ rating from a Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine. I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. They have also got a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Find them online, windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Heavy delays on 24 this morning as you're traveling on the westbound side. Also, you've got an accident on 65 North at June Lake Boulevard. It's just about cleared out of there, but it's causing some delays. Hobson Pike at Long Hunter State Park. This is right at Granny Wright Lane. That's where you'll find a crash. And Tucker's Crossroads Elementary School this morning. There's a crash at Trousdale Ferry Pike east of Big Springs Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to welcome on into the program Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, always great to have you on, former acting director of ICE, and so much to talk about since we last conversed. First of all, ICE in airports. I think we are now on day 3. I thought this was a really good idea by President Trump. And give me your thoughts on the last couple of days with Tom Homan in charge.
It's been a really good idea by President Trump. I think it's been effective, at least the stories I've watched, in terms of reducing the lines. The other thing it's effective in, which is really, really important here, is in a state of sort of escalating threats, the fact that we have more law enforcement in the airports makes us all safer, despite what the Democrats want to say about it, because anyone seeking to do us harm, seeing the presence of these ICE agents and armed, are less likely going to do something. And when you think about it, and I think Chad Wolf talked about this on Fox the other day, but when you have these long lines before you get to the security areas, that really is a soft target for terrorists. And so this is, I think overall, this has been a great idea. Can it hold long term? Probably not, because at some point the attrition rate for TSA agents almost will I think it will go exponentially higher, because these folks can't afford to keep going to work without a paycheck. I mean, how many people can miss 3 paychecks and still keep their whole life afloat with, food, mortgage, all these other things? I don't know too many people that could pull that off. So, great idea. I think they still have to get something else. I think the next step, what President Trump talked about, would be possibly bringing National Guard into the airports and things of that nature, which also would help, but still the big picture still needs to be solved.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jonathan. I had no idea how many TSA agents actually listen to this show until we were talking about what they've been going through, which is, obviously horrendous. And as a matter of fact, we spoke yesterday about, folks have been giving TSA agents gift cards. And so Joan, who is on the show here, and she's going to be flying out later on today, she's got some gift cards courtesy of some folks around here that she'll be giving to the managers and the supervisors, who then turn around and have a kind of a lottery kind of a thing to give those gift cards to the TSA agents. And so you're right, the attrition rate is going to probably increase, because I don't see this standoff ending anytime soon. Let me ask you this, though. One of the things that I thought was interesting, you have some of these folks on the left, and they're saying, what does ICE know about, doing the duties of TSA agents in airport security? And I suppose that's a fair point, but my counter to that would be, okay, so ICE is essentially, obviously, law enforcement. And so it would actually make a lot of sense. I did read that a couple of different places that to train someone to just basically read the scanners, the airport scanners, it takes about 2 to 4 weeks. And so it does seem to make sense. You've already got a bunch of people in ICE that are in law enforcement. And so it doesn't seem like it's that far of a stretch that you could teach these men and women in ICE how to become TSA agents until the emergency is over.
Yeah, I think that's right. They could be trained. And there are other parts of law enforcement, and I don't know the intricacies of all the scanners, but there are plenty of places like courthouses, other federal buildings, where people are reviewing similar scanners. So there may be a possibility to move other types of people that have already been trained in this area. But I do think, again, it can't hold, but there are ways and creative ways to keep things going, because we can't let the Democrats essentially shut down air travel in this country simply because they don't want illegal aliens deported, which is really, if you break this down, that's what they're doing. And there are definitely different ways. I like the way, President Trump's always sort of has looks to creative ways to solve problems, and I think that's more of, probably a business background rather than a government background. But this just can't hold. But if you think about when people are complaining about ICE agents, if somebody said we're going to bring in more police to an airport, everyone would think that makes sense. It would make things safer and everything else. And the only reason ICE has any stigma is because the Democrats have been falsely maligning them for years and years. But these are highly trained professional agents, and they will make us all safe. Although I do think people like Senator Booker, Hakeem Jeffries are trying to instigate confrontations at the airport with their rhetoric, and they're hoping something bad happens so they could, get up there and, do their normal, shtick. But, but ultimately this thing needs to get done. I'm hoping we just go after the filibuster at some point, because that's what's holding us up. And at some point it becomes a national emergency and we need to deal with it.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you. It is clear that the Democrats, this is a big-time political move for them, and Donald Trump acting accordingly, sending ICE into the airports. I thought that was a great pragmatic move as far as just trying to give the TSA agents the support that they need, and also kind of sticking it to the Democrats. More with Jonathan Fahey is coming up. Jonathan, in the news this morning, Democrats, I should say, senators, Republican senators, have a proposal to fund DHS except for deportations. I don't know if you saw that, but that is in the news this morning. Details straight ahead at 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
The left shoulder on I-40 westbound at Spence Lane. In South Nashville, a crash reported on I-24 eastbound at Murfreesboro Pike, and a crash at Tucker's Crossroad Elementary. I'm Sammy Kincaid.
As far as your weather goes, sunshine, passing clouds, high in the mid to upper 70s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so Jonathan Fahey, apparently some Republican senators, and I reflexively said Democrat senators, but this is apparently Republican senators have a proposal to fund DHS except for funding deportations. And I mean, I, for one, would be a no on that. But I mean, I don't want to lead the witness. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would be a no on it, because, I mean, I think the idea is they fund everything but that, and then fund that through reconciliation, I think is my understanding. But again, getting it through reconciliation isn't a given, for one. And also, I think there is something important about holding the line here, because the principle of letting essentially a branch of, the minority in the Senate or in the House hold the country hostage and getting to dictate policy by just playing these games with a filibuster. And basically, they're harming one group so they could take it out on another group and to extort what they want. And I think that's it's beyond inappropriate. And I don't think that should be, tolerated or, something to be encouraged, because do we really think the Democrats aren't going to do this again? They'll hold something else up until we do something with ICE or whatever. And we know their true motives are, there's nothing virtuous about their position. They are trying to stop deportations. Everything else is a pretext. They don't care about ICE tactics or anything. It's utter nonsense. Their view is they want to keep illegal aliens in the country. And the Democrats, they're effective. When you think they're in a minority status, they're pretty effective, and they're willing to fight. And our side needs to fight hard and fight back. And I think we should be pushing hard again on getting rid of the filibuster, as opposed to just treating it as if it's something we could never accomplish, which I feel like is the view now. But yeah, we should go hard back at them, and they don't deserve any sort of win on this, meaning the Democrats, because this tactic is so awful, and they're willing to put you, me, all of your listeners in greater danger to achieve their goals, because they know what they're doing is putting people in danger to achieve another goal, which would also put people in danger, which is limiting deportations. We saw with Sheridan Gorman in Chicago last week. It's like, that's the person they want to keep in this country, and they fight like hell to do so, and we should not tolerate it. And so, long answer to say I would be a no on this, but I know it's a complicated situation, and people are trying to solve this problem.
Well, it is and it's not. I mean, you've got John Thune, and you're right. I guess it is a complicated issue, because the Republicans don't know if they actually have the votes to actually eliminate the filibuster on this. So it is complicated. I think that for the Republicans, if they want to do these kinds of things, they do need a stronger majority in the Senate. But it's one of those situations where we'll have to ultimately see if Thune is able to make it happen. But you're right. I mean, you've got this Venezuelan, Jose Medina, I think the guy's name was, but the murder of this Sheridan Gorman. I mean, it's a horrifying thing, clearly horrifying. And just when you think that you've seen it all with these illegal aliens, here comes this awful case where she and some friends basically walking near the beachside, if you will, there in Illinois. I guess you'd call it the lakeside. And guy just walks up and starts shooting. And I don't like to politicize these things, but I do hope that people notice that we are still suffering from the ramifications of Joe Biden's wide open border. I mean, Jonathan, I know that you know that they had not one, but two opportunities to get this guy, this murderer, this killer out of our country, and they chose to ignore both opportunities. And as you and I both know, these people of this ilk, this Medina, he just, when they don't suffer any consequences to their bad behavior, they escalate until someone's dead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, when you look at, J.B. Pritzker's comments, which are really just callous and political, it shows that the whole reason this happened was because of Democrat politics. This isn't even like theoretical, like, oh, if we tried harder, we could have saved this life. It is 100% true. If we didn't have an open border, she would be alive. If they didn't have sanctuary city policies, she would be alive. That's inarguable. And the saddest thing about this is, and there's going to be testimony on the Senate Judiciary hearing about Angel families and stuff are testifying about their losses. The Democrats are not even moved in the slightest when these things happen. At best, they get a perfunctory, all violence is bad type of thing. And it's so disgusting. And I think the American people, I don't think everyone fully knows how radical the Democrats are on this immigration policy, that they will let people out that commit even the most serious crimes. And J.B. Pritzker and Chicago have not even committed to sending this guy to ICE's custody after this case. God forbid they somehow lose the case or some technicality. They'll put this guy right back on the streets of Chicago. It's utterly disgusting, and the fact they keep doing it, and there is no bottom for the Democrats on this issue. They are the most important thing for the Democratic Party, as far as I can tell, is keeping as many illegal aliens in the country, and then if they ever win a presidential election again, they're going to go back to full-on open borders, and I don't think there's any way to argue that they won't, because everything they've said since this administration, meaning the new Trump administration, indicates they want open borders, they want a mass amnesty, and nothing else matters.
You had mentioned, just very quickly, got some video here, that J.B. Pritzker and some of the comments that he has made. It is stunning to think that he would believe that the Republicans and Donald Trump are at fault.
There have been real failures. Those failures, of course, extend beyond the borders of Illinois. That's their national failures, a failure to have comprehensive immigration reform, a failure of the president to follow his own edict to go after the worst of the worst.
So that is J.B. Pritzker. Forget about the fact that it's the Democrats that are refusing to work with Republicans in being able to get these illegal alien criminals out of the jails because of their sanctuary city policies. It is, I think your statement, the Democrats know no bottom, is absolutely spot on. So, as always, very much appreciate you joining us, Jonathan Fahey, and we'll talk to you again soon. Real quickly, how can people find you on X?
John for Fairfax.
All right, John, thank you for, I should say, Jonathan, thank you for, I got 15 people talking to me in headphones. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll talk to you again soon. 6:52, what were you saying, Sam? Because
there's a clip that just resurfaced from Senator Chris Murphy that was the quiet part out loud.
All right, you want to go ahead and play it?
Yeah, I got it queued.
And it has failed to deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country.
Oh, isn't that interesting? The people that we care about most, the undocumented people in this country.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well, he is a moron, so it might as well be whatever. 6:53, and Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, the U.S. proposes a 15-point plan to end the conflict with Iran. Also, no Kings protesters wants you to give them a little helping hand this weekend when they protest. And a local TV station is so happy to help spread the word. Where do you hear this story coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN?
Thank you, Joan. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. When something goes wrong in your home, you want the team that shows up fast, fixes it right, and treats you like family. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your trusted pros for total home comfort. Right now is the perfect time to upgrade. When you purchase a 16 SEER high-efficiency HVAC system or a whole home repipe, Busy Bee is going to give you, that's right, give you a Yeti Tundra 45 cooler for free. And this month only, Busy Bee has TVA rebates available for tune-ups and unit replacements. Even better, their team is going to file all of the paperwork for you. No hassle, no headaches. And if you want even more savings, do what I did years ago. Join the Beehive Club, get that membership, and keep your home humming year-round. Members get priority scheduling, discounted repairs, free annual HVAC and plumbing checks, and extended warranties as well. And with all of that, you get the peace of mind knowing that your equipment is always running at its best. It is the easiest way to save money, avoid breakdowns, and protect your home. Call my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833. Busy Bee HVAC. That's Busy Bee HVAC. .657, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so Joan, real quickly, we just got done wrapping up with Jonathan Fahey. And by the way, I don't know if you heard, Joan, the awkward goodbye that I had to Jonathan Fahey. I had Sam talking to me in my headphones, and Jonathan was talking to me as well, and my headphones got muted, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. Anyway, so speaking of not knowing what's going on, let's go Brandon Johnson. We're talking about the mayor of that of the poor woman in Chicago, Sheridan Gorman. So Brandon Johnson was asked if he would actually apologize to the family of Sheridan Gorman. Listen to this. This is video, Sam.
We're going to continue to pray for those victims.
Will you take this opportunity to apologize to Sheridan's parents for the policies that you have promoted that would directly caused her death. That suspect would not be in the city, would not be in the country, but for your policies. Will you take this opportunity to apologize?
Well, again, I believe that we're all grieving the loss of Sheridan and other folks who have lost their lives because of senseless violence. And
so, two things there, just really quickly. And I'll let this soundbite play, but I don't want to let this get away. So he talks about, and all people who have died from, I think he said, senseless violence. So you'll notice what he's trying to do is he's trying to lump in gang violence with illegal alien violence. And it's my opinion that gang violence is different than violence that has been committed by illegal aliens who are here or in Chicago because of their sanctuary city policies. They had not one but two opportunities to get this guy out of the city of Chicago, and yes, out of the state of Illinois and out of the country as well. But it is their sanctuary city policies that meant that he was able to stay in the city of Chicago and ultimately ending up shooting and killing this poor woman, Sheridan Gorman.
Well, if you just give them more money for affordable housing, Dan, then all the crime would go down in Chicago.
Yeah, exactly, because money is always the answer. Let me allow him to finish.
let's just be very clear, between the Safety Act and the Welcoming City Ordinance. The Welcoming City Ordinance was passed 40 years ago by the first black mayor in the history of Chicago, and the Safety Act was passed under the governor, at that time who was a Republican, Governor Rauner. Thank you for your questions.
So thank you for your questions. So I will tell you, and I don't have time to do it now, but what he just said about those two pieces of legislation and policies passed by Chicago's, I'm going to air quote this, first black mayor of Chicago. Number one, what does the mayor's skin color have to do with anything? But number two, both of those that Mayor Let's Go Brandon Johnson said, both of those are either lies or obfuscations. I'll talk about that in the next hour of Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some new details have emerged about potential peace talks with Iran.
Sources say the Trump administration has sent Iran a 15-point peace plan addressing Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs and maritime routes like the Strait of Hormuz. Mediators are said to be pushing for a meeting soon, but the Wall Street Journal reports Iran has its own demands, including no limits on its missile program and the closure of all American bases in the Gulf. A U.S. official calling those demands unrealistic.
Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
Also from ABC News this morning, Israel says it needs a few more weeks to accomplish their war objectives in Iran. The National Transportation Safety Board has released some new details about events leading up to the crash between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck at New York's LaGuardia Airport Sunday.
More delays at New York's LaGuardia Airport after the deadly crash between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck crossing the runway. Investigators say the truck did not have a transponder, key technology that could have prevented the crash. The NTSB says there were 2 controllers in the tower doing the work of 4, which has become standard during certain hours.
ABC's Lionel Moise there. Now some answers too from TDOT about how that giant highway sign toppled onto the roadway on I-65 earlier this week. Channel 4's Jordan James.
TDOT investigated and believes bolts came loose because of the weather and other contributing factors. The sign was installed in the 1980s and was last inspected in 2022. In a statement to WSMV4, TDOT said in part, quote, "This is not a common occurrence. However, TDOT is and has been proactively working to create clearer guidance to ensure our roads remain safe. There are no federal mandates for how often signs have to be inspected."
And amazingly, of course, nobody was injured. Well, this story may give you a chuckle. This weekend, there is another No Kings protest that'll take place in Nashville. The protesters have a big ask, though, for Nashville residents. This News 2 reporter, Alicia Wemberly, make that. She tells the story from the protesters' perspective here. Listen to this.
The No Kings Nashville rally is set to take place near the Titans Stadium at Wasiota Park near the east side of the river. Now, East Nashville resident Angie Edwards sent an all-call out for any neighbors participating to help her find an ideal place people can meet up and march together. Since parking is scarce and expensive, Edwards is hoping a nearby church would allow them to use their parking lot instead. Edwards hopes neighbors who aren't accustomed to protesting will feel more comfortable and united if they're able to start and end together.
We're peaceful, but we're very creative, and I think it would be super if we could just get together beforehand and then bring all of our East Nashville energy towards the park, and that will get everybody else feeling the same way we do.
Oh, sure it will. Unfortunately, News 2 has not reported on the disruption that protest will cause or how residents along the protest route feel about their neighborhood being overrun by the anti-Trump crowd. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are pointing way up this morning. The Dow futures are plus 444. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, so we have some problems this morning. If you're traveling on the area of I-40 westbound, looks like things are a little messy this morning at Spence Lane. That's exit 213, an accident in that spot. Also this morning, 24 East at Murfreesboro Pike, there's a crash. That's South Nashville, and the right lane has been blocked off by it. Ellington Parkway, southbound, East Nashville, you got an accident at Spring Street. Elsewhere this morning on 40 westbound at Spence Lane, looks like the left shoulder is blocked off by an accident. And Dodson Chapel Road, this is Hermitage, south of Central Pike. Watch out for a crash in that spot, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Wednesday. And we always talk with Brian Wilson. It's Wednesdays with Wilson on WTN. Hi, hey, Brian, how are you?
I'm Dan. I'm doing great. And you?
I'm good. Get me out of this horrible intro that I just did. So, lots to talk about, of course. It's interesting, Brian. CNN was running a graphic, and it said, breaking news, Trump declares victory in Iran. I don't know. The president says these things sometimes like, well, he said this the other day, the war was won in the first few minutes. I mean, the reality is that I think that they're taking his words a little too literally. I don't believe that the president has actually declared official victory, but we're sending more and more troops to the region. And so, I don't know, it's been a minute since you and I spoke about all this. So where are you at on this war on this Wednesday morning?
Well, I mean, I'm still supportive of what the president is trying to accomplish, and yes, I know it's very difficult for people who are facing the high gas prices to get by, and I don't think that's going to be long term. But we're at that point in this conflict. I like to call it the Buffalo Springfield moment. Something's happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Something's happening. Right. We know that, for example, Trump says we're talking. And then initially the report was, well, Iran says we're not talking. And then the report came that, well, yes, apparently they are talking. We're not clear who they're talking to. It may be the speaker of the Iranian parliament. We're just really not clear. But something's going on here. What is it that Trump's talking about when he says the Iranians gave us a really valuable gift? Right. What does that mean? I mean, I want to know more about that. Are we going to send the 82nd Airborne in, or are we not? I mean, it seems like that may be something that's just sort of meant to keep the pressure on. Okay, well, if you want to talk, we'll talk. But, if you don't want to talk, we got the 82nd Airborne on the way to take over Karg Island. And I think that's just, at this point, a negotiating ploy. But he may well need to do that at some point. One way or the other, something is happening here, and the prices of oil are coming down because Iran now says that non-hostile ships may pass. I think it may be a few days before the ships actually start moving in a big way because, well, if you've got a multi-million-dollar tanker carrying millions of dollars worth of oil, are you going to put it at risk in that environment? I think they're going to wait a while to make sure things have calmed down. But we are headed, it seems to me, in the right direction.
Well, and the other thing to say about that is, as you know, and I think you and I talked about it, but, those ships have to still be able to get insurance.
Yes.
And that is a very big problem.
Yeah, just you don't drive your car without insurance, and they don't move a tanker without insurance. You can be sure of that. I mean, that's the way it should work. And a lot of the insurance companies are going to have to be convinced that it's okay. And right now, I think they're still a little bit on edge. Okay, could you mistake an aircraft carrier with a tanker? Yeah, at when you're firing missiles from 1,000 miles off, yeah, maybe. Well, so I can understand why they'd be a little worried still.
And talking about because I've had the same, I don't know if I would call it a struggle, but just the same confusion, which is, okay, Trump says that he's talking to people there in Iran, and he got a big expensive gift. We talked about this in the 6 o'clock hour, big expensive gift or whatever it was, but he's not going to say what it is. But then, as Trump says that there are negotiations taking place, and some people in Iran saying that negotiations are taking place, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard is basically saying, no, there's no real serious negotiations going on. And ultimately,
I think what's going on there, Dan, is they say nature abhors a vacuum. Well, so does politics. When you knock out 3 levels of leadership, the people that are left on the ground are scrambling for control. Is the speaker of the Iranian parliament? Is he a rising leader who wants to take control in this chaotic environment? There are a lot of people out there, and I don't think the left hand and the right hand are talking, and I think they're in complete chaos and disarray. And I think, when you hear some people say we're talking, other people say they're not, that makes complete sense to me, given the chaos that must be going on inside the government after you decapitate about 3 levels of leadership.
Well, and you and I think we talked about this, but in the lead up to all of this, which is, and you just said it, and it's a term that we've both used a lot, which is a power vacuum. Mm-hmm. So we're negotiating. Donald Trump seems to think we're negotiating with the right people, but it seems to me the people that are really in charge, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, at least that's what a lot of people say in Iran, are basically saying that our White House is not in any kind of a position to negotiate. So I think this is going to be a long slog. And from a political standpoint, Brian, I know that we're all hoping for, again, just from a pure political standpoint, we're hoping for a quick end to this because that way gas prices will eventually go down. Yesterday, oil did close lower, and that was obviously good. So I guess now the question is, totally unfair, Brian, but I'm going to ask, do you have a timeline? What are you thinking about this and the impact on the midterm elections, et cetera? And then we'll move on.
I still think there's plenty of time to get this all sewed up, maybe even solve the Cuban dilemma in short order, and still have time for people to have a period of, I think, quiet prosperity where things sort of mellow out a little bit. We're not fighting with each other. We got to figure out the DHS thing. We got to figure out, what the exit strategy is with regard to Iran. But I think there's plenty of time for that. I'm just thinking that maybe, we're sort of in a very delicate stage. I mean, there's clearly something going on. But, it's really hard to discern whether or not he is talking to the right people. He seems to think he is. Look, a lot of people have had doubts about Donald Trump and his foreign policy, but he generally tends to get things accomplished, and he's got really smart people around him, including Marco Rubio, who I think that guy is a gem. I really do. I think he's doing more great work for this administration than anybody thought was possible.
It's interesting you bring up Marco Rubio. I'm gonna ask you about something regarding Iran and one of the demands that they have made regarding Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, and that is coming up next, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather, sunshine, passing clouds, and a high upper 70s, up towards 80 degrees. Brian Wilson is joining us. Iran, apparently, according to the reporting today, I don't know if you saw this, but they've actually now come out and said, we want to negotiate with J.D. Vance.
I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, the White House was like, well, you can go pound sand. But J.D. Vance is on his way to the negotiations. And so I did find that interesting. All right, real quick. Headline, Republican senators have a proposal to fund DHS except for deportations. I don't know if you saw that. I was just talking to Jonathan Fahey about that. But, I think that there's a lot of people on our side that may say, yeah, no, we're not going to go for that.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that, that apparently Trump backed down a little bit here. And then as soon as he backed down, the Democrats said, "Oh yeah, and we also want this."
Yes.
So I think I think that some talk about a DHS deal yesterday. It seems that today, I would say, it still remains elusive. 100,000 DHS employees have not been paid. I love the story locally about a ministry one generation away in Franklin.
Yep.
Taking boxes of food to the TSA agents, and I've read similar stories in other cities around the country where people are actually going and trying to help the TSA agent. Can you imagine, how long would you work without any pay is the question. And that they still show up here in Nashville. I'm reading where only about 10% of the people who work for the TSA, there's about 300, I think, that work for TSA, only about 10% have called out.
Yeah.
And that's remarkable. I'm not sure that if I was a full-time employee, and a lot of these people are not setting the world on fire. They're doing okay, but they're not making a great deal of money, and you're living probably paycheck to paycheck. It would be really hard to have to go through that. And I love that we're doing something locally to help, but this is ridiculous. This needs to end now. I think it still remains elusive, and I think we're still maybe another week or so away from both sides coming together. because it seems that what the end game is a moving target. It seems to me.
Well, Brian, also just to let you know, I didn't realize, and I said this before, how many TSA agents actually listen to this show. I had our old friend Doug Krulin on, the president and CEO of BNA, and he was talking about TSA and all of this and praising the TSA agents for showing up to work. But now I guess people are showing up with gift cards there at the point of entry, the checkpoint, and giving it to supervisors, and they're giving them to the TSA agents showing up for work in a lottery kind of a thing. And so I know Joan is headed to the airport actually later on today, and she's purchased a couple of cards for the morning show here, and she's going to give them to the supervisors so that we're doing our part as well.
Well, there you go. That's nice.
I think it's a great thing, and I would encourage folks to do that. Real quick, Joe Biden's Arctic frost, you say is a true Watergate-level scandal. I would agree, but you go ahead.
Well, there's about 400 Republican personalities and groups that were apparently under investigation by Jack Smith in that Arctic frost investigation, including Kash Patel when he was a private citizen. The level of monitoring that was going on, and this was weaponizing of the Department of Justice to a scale that I don't think we've ever seen. I think this is way out of line. There's some real questions, I think, about Jack Smith and whether or not he has told the truth to Congress. And I'll tell you who's pushing this thing. And I love me some Chuck Grassley, the senator from Kansas.
Yes.
He's by the way, I'm sorry, Iowa.
Yes.
And he's a really good guy, solid citizen. He doesn't go around throwing wild accusations around. If he says something, my experience with Chuck Grassley, I covered him a long time, is that he knows what he's talking about and he can back it up. So he's on this he's on with a dog with a bone. He's not going to let go of it. But I'm just wondering, given all that's going on in the world, will there be any attention paid to this? There certainly should be, because the activities that the Biden administration, Department of Justice, against the Trump world was incredibly egregious and way over the top.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. You covered, Brian Wilson joining us, you covered Washington, D.C. for a long time, and you still do it for us. And do you think that anybody is ever going to find any accountability or culpability in this whole thing?
I don't know. It's complicated. And, the scandals that catch on with the American public and cause them to pay attention are things that can be reduced down to a one-sentence explanation. If it's a complicated, multifaceted animal, and this was going on and that was going on, and it's just a lot to absorb and try to understand, by and large, I find that these scandals don't catch on. The real question here is can we get enough attention and focus? Can we find that one thing that everybody goes, what? That was going on?
Yeah.
Well, we don't want that. But right now I think a lot of people hear Arctic frost, many investigations. There's so many investigations going on. They can't keep up with all of them.
Right.
But this one, when you start to get into the bones of it and study it, it's truly egregious, the things that were happening with this Arctic frost and other investigations. People can say what they want about Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and all that, but I mean, what was going on during the Biden when there really wasn't a strong president, and people, I think, were taking advantage of their positions of power. And I don't think that Joe Biden knew everything that was going on, but somebody did. And I think that when we get into this thing deeper, we're going to find out how just really tragic and egregious it really was.
Brian, I would agree with you. I don't think Joe Biden knew everything that was going on. I don't think that Joe Biden knew anything that was going on.
Yeah, he wasn't in charge. There's no doubt about that.
All right. Thank you, Brian. As always, great to have you on, and we'll have you on again next Wednesday at the same time, or as news breaks. It is 7:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The hate has begun, Joan.
Uh-oh, why?
2407. Well, Dan. So basically what you're saying is the people that pay taxes to fund their salaries are now subsidizing them out of their own pockets. I'm choosing to do that, and we are choosing to do that. And so Yeah, I guess that is true, 2407. But there's a big difference between having to having our taxpayer dollars, in my opinion, stolen out of our paychecks, and then the government does God knows what with them, as they do, and us saying, you know what. As a show, we appreciate TSA showing up for work every day here in Nashville. And so, dadgummit, if we can help them, that's what we're going to do. So anyway, whatever.
Others on the super text line are saying that the TSA should be privatized, and I believe that that's the answer here. We should not be subjecting ourselves to this insanity every single time a funding fight comes around.
The whims of the government.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and I actually would agree with that a lot. All right, 7:23. Joan, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, we've got the Music City Loop taking another step forward, and NASA announces that we are going back to the moon. It's all coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 7:23, Dan Mandis here. My place to shop for furniture and appliances is DT McCall's. I've bought both furniture and appliances at DT McCall's. They can help you as well. They're always looking for ways to save you money. Check out their website right now, dtmccalls.com. If you need a washing machine, they've got the GE Energy Star Ultra Fast Combo right now. And with a rebate, you can save $800. Now, it is March, and that means that you might need a new barbecue. You might need a new grill. Well, they've got one of the best Louisiana grills at great prices for all budgets. If you've got a room to fill, they can help you with all of the best brands. For example, if you have to fill a living room, they've got sectionals. They've got all kinds of recliners as well, bedroom suites and dining room furniture as well, all at great prices and terrific customer service at DT McCall's. Carthage, Cookville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Let me give you that website. It is painisbad.com. Now, when I came to Middle Tennessee, I was riddled with back and neck pain. They fixed me right up with non-surgical spinal decompression, and right now it is 47% off, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call this number, 615-246-5009. They can help you, 615-246-5009. Whether you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging, spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you at 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. When you call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Now, they've got all kinds of different technology there, including robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. This is why Dr. Kevin Mitchell is my doctor. He should be yours as well. Call them at 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. 728, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, and Nashville's Morning News. All right, so, Joan, we're talking about the Democrats trying to get a gasoline tax holiday here in the state of Tennessee, which as I perhaps went into way too much detail, but we're not actually set up the way that Georgia is or Maryland is. And so we would have to jump through a bunch of hoops and change laws and so forth. And it's not possible. And for the Democrats, all that they're trying to do is play a narrative game with the media in tow. And the Republicans are like, we're not set up to do that. And if you want us to be more like Georgia, well, then we'd have to institute a state income tax, which obviously we're not going to do. So coming up at 8:05 or 8:06, it may be a little later, it may be about 8:10, but Speaker of the Tennessee House, Cameron Sexton, is supposed to be joining us to go through from their side of the aisle why it is that the Democrats are frankly full of crap. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more on a Super Talk.
Tell us how you really feel, Dan, will you?
Yeah, I know.
Don't you have a recommendation if they're so full of crap?
What would my recommendation be to them?
Yeah. Thought we discussed this yesterday.
Oh, I don't know. You know what? I'm trying to avoid the poop talk moving forward. I actually got spoken to yesterday, Joan, about all the poop talk. Because last 2 days at 8:35 to 9, for whatever reason, that kind of stuff came up. And you'll notice that Sam is trying to pull me right back into that conversation. Not going to happen. No way, Jose.
I tried to bring up, that murder suspect that has no arms or legs is yesterday's handoff. But we
you did.
Went down the toilet.
But he had 2 fingers to pull the trigger, didn't he? Maybe we'll do that at 8:35.
I'd still consider him to be.
That's a crazy story.
It is a crazy story. All right, got a lot more.
Dangerous.
Straight ahead, 7:30, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's some new urgency to reach a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security and pay those TSA agents. TSA agents have gone now 40 days without being paid, and more of them are calling out sick.
In Washington, there appears to be new momentum for a deal to end the standoff. Senate Republicans have now agreed to fund the TSA and every agency inside Homeland Security except for immigration enforcement. Democrats pitched the plan, suggesting they're willing to fight separately for immigration policing reforms. President Trump saying this yesterday.
I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it.
Any Senate deal could still face an uphill battle in the House.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. Now, Republicans said that they would add the ICE funding to a separate reconciliation bill, which only needs a simple majority. Another step ahead for the Music City Loop project. Here's News 2's Bob Mueller.
The downtown Music City Center has now agreed to allow the boring company to tunnel underneath their property. The tunneling will take place along the west side of the center. The loop will connect the Nashville airport to the downtown core.
Also, that agreement allows an entrance and exit station to be built at the Music City Center. No charges for actor Alan Ritchson after beating up on his neighbor.
Brentwood police say the incident happened over the weekend. After going over video evidence and witness statements, police found Ritchson acted in self-defense.
And no charges there. News 2's Haley Wagas. Now, neighbor Ronnie Taylor accused the actor of driving his motorcycle like a lunatic through their neighborhood. But he also admits stepping out in front of the motorcycle may not have been the best idea. And NASA says it's going to scrap plans for a space station in lunar orbit and instead build a permanent base station on the surface of the moon.
The moon base will not appear overnight. We will invest approximately $20 billion over the next 7 years and build it through dozens of missions, working together with commercial and international partners towards a deliberate and achievable plan.
That's NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Now, he also said that NASA is committed to returning to the moon before the end of President Trump's term. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dr. Jeff Horn and all my friends at Vision for Life, they helped me a lot with my vision correction surgery. They can help you as well. If you've been thinking about it, you've got to listen to me for the next 60 seconds. You know, I keep seeing over and over again in Dr. Horn's reviews at Vision for Life, it is his patients saying, I should not have waited. And I couldn't agree more. That's the first thing that I thought once I came out of the procedure. Now, before my lens replacement surgery, I dealt with the hassles, the constant hassles of glasses and contacts, reading, driving, working, everything, simply put, felt harder than it needed to be. Now, these days, I can see clearly at every distance, and it's honestly changed my day-to-day life. So when I read review after review from patients saying the same thing, I wish I had done this sooner, it really does hit home because that was me as well. Now, friends, if you are dealing with age-related vision loss, cataracts, maybe you're just tired of blurry vision, do yourself a favor and don't wait. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life, they take the time to evaluate your eyes and create a plan that is customized and just right for you. So if you're thinking about this kind of procedure, you've got to check out my friends at Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. It's 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.
That's ODOO.com.
734, I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. That's right. Now, this is a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity with no appraisals and no paperwork. And by the way, no waiting. Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day with a rate that is at a 3-year low. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out all of their credit cards, started a home improvement project, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,500. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you can get. No hard credit pull up front. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Loan Pronto, you know, they are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got nearly 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call them at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com is the website, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, and MLSConsumerAccess.org.
So we have a crash this morning on 40 westbound side in Mount Juliet. It's just before the Wilson-Davidson County line, and traffic is jammed in that area this morning. South Nashville on the eastbound lanes of 24 just at Murfreesboro Pike exit 52. The right lane is blocked off, and that accident involves some kind of a truck in that spot as well. Green Hills, Woodmont Boulevard at Hillsborough Pike. That's a crash scene this morning, too. In Glen Cliff on 40 westbound, a crash on the right shoulder at Spence Lane. Also this morning on 40 westbound at the Eastern Split, you've got a crash with the left shoulder blocked off right before I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Wednesday. By the way, Nashville's Morning News, powered by Tennessee National Golf and Marina Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. And Joan, you're going to love this.
What's that?
Nashville's Morning News running on Wally's Bean Machine Coffee.
See, that's the only thing about being at home. I don't get to have my Wallies.
So now we can say that we're running on Wallies. And if you want to change the coffee service in your office, do your employees a favor and check out WalliesBeanMachine.com. All right, you got a lot going on.
Wait. Do you think the bosses would allow Wallies to install a machine in my house?
You know what? That sounds like a discussion point for your next contract negotiation, Joan.
Yeah, I can see where that's going to
We
go.
give you half salary, you get Wally's Bean Machine coffee at home.
You know what, though, what's so funny is, and then we're going to move on because I don't want to get myself in trouble, but I mean, anyway, just so many reasons why that is funny. Moving right along. All right, so Donald Trump has, this was yesterday, Donald Trump says, and I got a bunch of things I'm going to do in this segment, some of them not even connected. We're just going to do topic potpourri, if you will. So Donald Trump is out there now. This was yesterday, and the president needs some video. The president saying that this war has indeed been won. This is Donald Trump.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
All right, so that is President Trump. Now, you do have CNN that is running with that headline. And listen, I understand that the president, I'm just going to say this, and I can say this as a Trump supporter, he doesn't always use, what's the best way to, he doesn't always use the right vernacular. I mean, I could very easily say, because I don't believe that this war has been won. This morning, Iran has been pummeling Israel, and they have for the last couple of days, most certainly. And we still have the Strait of Hormuz is closed. We have a situation where Iran says what did they say? Non-threatening. I think he's non-volatile, non-threatening ships are going to be allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz. But what does that exactly mean? Nobody really knows. Donald Trump is saying we're negotiating with people in Iran. But the reality is that as long as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard is not on board, and they're not, then we have a war that is ongoing. I do understand what the president is saying, though. I do understand when Donald Trump says we've sunk their Navy, we have destroyed their Air Force. That's all well and good. And I do understand the president saying that, but they still have a lot of missiles. I mean, they have enough missiles to launch them and really just bomb the living crap, for example, out of Israel. So I understand what the president is saying. I guess my question would be, what does the term over mean when Donald Trump says that this war is ultimately won? Well, it's not won until Iran, ultimately, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, actually surrenders. That's what it means for the war to be over and for the United States and Israel and all of our partners in the Middle East to have won this war. So, and we've gone through this a number of different times, over the last couple of days, as a matter of fact, with this war. Brian Wilson and I were just talking about it, and it's something that I've been talking about, and we've all been saying, okay, so how do we know who it is that we're negotiating with? Are they the right people to negotiate with? And I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but the bottom line is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, who is the military apparatus in Iran, they're saying that the United States is in no position to actually negotiate. So clearly, they're not on board. I've got some audio that I want to play. I did find it interesting, by the way, and I did mention this with Brian, where Iran has the testicular fortitude enough to come to us and say, oh, yeah, we don't want to negotiate with Steve Witkoff. We don't want to negotiate with Jared Kushner. We want to negotiate with J.D. Vance. Now, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, so they want to negotiate with J.D. Vance, and Joan, I would love your opinion on this. So if they want to negotiate with J.D. Vance, does that look good for J.D. Vance or bad for J.D. Vance? Because if your enemy wants to negotiate with, J.D., I think that tells you that J.D. believes that Iran believes that J.D. is weak and that they can take advantage of him. That's my take on it, and I very well could be wrong.
Yeah. I don't know that he's weak, but I think, and they also said that they want him at the head of the table. Did they mean that literally, or did they mean that figuratively?
I don't know.
And for me, that scares me. It makes me think that they want him because they think they can
take him out,
harm him while he's there.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only, that's how I see that. I don't even consider whether or not they feel he's legitimate or whatever. I think they want to take him out because the U.S. has done so much harm to their leadership.
Boy, we sure have.
He's the bigger long-term threat because he'll run for president here, former Marine himself. So
yeah, but we got Marco Rubio. I mean, that. My thing is, you can't get a better team than J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. That's my big two. But you want both of those guys going to the negotiation? Nope. Because to Joan's point, if Iran wanted to try to take out our guys, and some of these negotiations, Joan, they're taking place in Pakistan.
Yes.
Do we trust the Pakistanis?
Not exactly.
No,
not
we
after
don't.
they stormed that embassy.
No, so we don't trust the Pakistanis either. So, yeah. And how would you like to be J.D. Vance? Oh yeah, Iran wants to see you. I don't know if I want to see them.
Yeah.
So
I'll meet you on a boat in the Indian Ocean.
Yep, that's exactly right. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
People want me to do a Rastafarian accent.
As far as your weather goes, it looks like today it's going to be nice, sunshine, passing clouds, and a high of, mid to upper 70s, as a matter of fact. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So one of the things that is in the news today is that we have these negotiation points that have now come out, where we have Donald Trump negotiating back and forth with Iran. And here is what we are demanding. And Joan, if I miss anything, you let me know. Because I know we're giving a couple in the newscast. I got most of the kit and the caboodle. Iran must dismantle existing nuclear capabilities. That's what the Trump administration is demanding. They must commit never to pursue nuclear weapons. No uranium enrichment on Iranian territory. They must hand its stockpile of enriched uranium to the International Atomic Energy Agency, otherwise known as the IAEA. Their nuclear facilities must be dismantled. The IAEA must be granted full access to Iran's nuclear facilities as well. Iran must abandon its regional proxy paradigm. And I just I say that as, they must stop funding terrorism. To me, that's what that means. They must cease the funding, directing, and arming its proxies as well. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open. Iran's missile program must be limited in both range and quantity. Now, remember that they've been lying about their missile range all along. That was proven last weekend. They must also limit its use of missiles to self-defense. In return, they say Iran would benefit from the end of sanctions imposed by the international community, U.S. assistance to advance its civilian nuclear program, and a, quote, snapback mechanism allowing for the automatic reimposition of sanctions if Iran fails to comply would be removed. So, Joan, there's so much out there today. Have I missed anything?
No, I think you've got it. One thing that I came across, we've been talking about how Iranian oil, how ships are making it across the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes.
Which, this has to, like, the Strait of Hormuz has to open. That's number one, I think, on that list, right?
Yep.
So the New York Post has a story today that says that ships carrying Iranian oil are using a secret codes to bypass Tehran's blockade. It's allowed dozens of vessels, all of them tied to countries that still purchase Iran's crude oil, to escape the perilous shipping lane, while thousands of others remain stranded in the Persian Gulf. So that's how some oil is making it around the world.
It's not helping oil prices much, although it did close down yesterday. So
oil traded down a bit yesterday, not a lot,
right.
but a bit. So
I like U.S. assistance to advance its civilian nuclear program. Basically, what that means is we're going to kind of do it for them, I think. But what that also means is that we know exactly what they're doing. But you know what? Here's the problem.
And we're talking about just their energy program, right? Like not
civilian nuclear program. So that is their energy program, right? Because we talked about the levels of uranium enrichment, where if it's for a civilian nuclear program, it's at 5, 7, 8%, whatever it is. But if you're enriching that uranium for nuclear devices, then it's like 60%, something like that. So it's a different enrichment level. And that's why we know that Iran has been trying to manufacture a nuclear weapon, because the level of uranium enrichment. And so that's part of that conversation. But the bottom line is, we need to have inspectors literally living in Iran, and we need to know exactly what they're doing at all times, and we need to be able to just have full access whenever we want. Because during the, way back, if you think about the John Kerry, Barack Obama days, where they had the Iranian nuclear deal, and, the Iranians were basically able to control when the inspectors would be able to come in. And so they'd be able to, cover their tracks if they wanted to. When the inspectors wanted to come in, it's like, okay, then be sure to hide the stuff in the closet, if you know what I'm talking about. So I love all of these things, and they all make perfect sense. One of the biggest things to me is you can't trust them, so you have to be able to verify anything any day of the week, and yes, twice on Sunday as well. The other thing that is not on this list but was reported on another list, because there's a bunch of different stories about what we are demanding from Iran, is that we are supposed to be, they're demanding that we also help them rebuild their nation. So now we're talking about, not only rebuilding, Gaza, Ukraine. Now we'd have to try to help rebuild Iran as well. But here's the deal. If they cooperate with us, they can sell their oil sanction-free. It'll be up on the open market. And they could make, billions and billions. They would have so much money. The Iranians would, if they would just cooperate. But there's a lot of these things that Iran has come back and said, we're not doing any of this. The non-starters, I think if I remember correctly, the non-starters are, we're not going to limit the number of missiles that we manufacture. We're simply not going to do that. We are not going to abandon, our ability to build these missiles. Let's see, what else did they say? There's a couple of other things that they said were non-starters. The snapback mechanism allowing for the automatic reimposition of sanctions if Iran fails to comply would be removed. For me, I like the ability to just on a dime be able to say, you know what, Iran, we're not doing this. And just within 24 hours, we can reimpose those sanctions against the Iranians. And so,
the clock is ticking here, too, because President Trump said 5 days. And what are we down to now? We're down to 4, or is it 3? I think we're on 3.
The funny thing is, I thought he said 2 days, and that's already passed. But now we're talking about this list, which is, I guess, 5 days. I have no idea at this point.
I know.
You know what I mean? There's so much going back and forth, and it's hard to tell exactly what's going on when, Joan.
Did you talk about how Iran wants to collect fees from anybody who's transiting through the Strait of Hormuz too.
That was the tolls. That was a couple of days ago where they were talking about that. So is that still in the news?
Yes, that and the final demand about permission to keep its missile program.
Yeah. Okay.
With no limits. Well, yeah, sure, that's going to happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked to General Dick. What is it? Newton? Is it Richard Newton?
Yeah, yes. I always want to say Fig. So,
I know, I do
Fig's
too.
the other one. That's Lloyd Newton.
So, but he even said, there's no way that we would agree to that. Was a few days ago now, but there's no way that we would agree to this sort of this idea of tolls with the Iranians through the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot. There's just a lot. All right, it is 7:53. Joan's got the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan. So Delta Airlines says that it's tired of everything that's going on with Congress, and they just yanked a perk for Congress members. We've got that story coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. And 7:54, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up, I'm hoping that this does happen. We have Speaker of the Tennessee House, Cameron Sexton, scheduled possibly to call us up at some point between maybe 8:10, 8:15 to talk about the Democrats and their demand for a gas tax holiday here in the state of Tennessee. Contours. And, summer is just a few months away now, but the work to get that beach bod back begins right now with the help of my friends at Contours. They can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours, they're going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it is your belly, your arms, or your legs. Whatever problem area you have, they can solve that problem. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. As I said yesterday, and oftentimes I usually fall asleep during my treatments at Contours. Now, they can help you with the problem areas around your body. They call that body sculpting or contouring. They can also help you with red light technology-based facials as well, if you want to try to diminish those lines on your face. Now, real men and women from Franklin and across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours, and yes, they have been seeing real results as well. Your beach trip or your lake trip or your pool trip isn't that far away. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of just $99. Now, again, remember, you see results or it's free. Call right now to get that special introductory price of just $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. The website, contoursllc.com. Contours, all you've got to lose is inches. Dan Mandis here for the Generator Supercenter. Love these folks. Now, listen, we've had a rough 2026 with all of the different power outages that we've had to deal with. And we know that we cannot count on NES or the government to keep the power on. It is up to you. Now, I've been reaching out to my friends at the Generator Supercenter to start figuring out my needs for a backup home standby generator. Now, basically how these things work is if the power goes out in your neighborhood, your backup home standby generator is going to click your power right back on. Now, these folks, it's a great company, and they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, the Generator Supercenter. A lot of people have been talking to their families about these backup home standby generators. You need to talk to the pros at the Generator Supercenter to talk about your options. Now, this is not only a huge investment in your home, but also in your family's safety. Now, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. And yes, financing is available as well. So call the Generator Supercenter, my friends at the Generator Supercenter. This is the company that I trust. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime. GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Hello there, it's 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And just crossing the wires moments ago, Iran says that it will not accept a ceasefire offer from the United States. That announcement flashing on Iranian state media moments ago. Now, what's not clear is who is making that decision, considering there's a lack of clear leadership in Iran. We'll continue to follow that announcement throughout the morning. Locally, a man has been arrested after leading police on a high-speed chase on I-40. Metro Nashville police said officers pulled a car over, smelled marijuana, and asked the driver and passengers to get out. News 2's Megan Fee says that is when that car sped off, nearly hitting a cop.
Officers then followed the Infiniti onto I-40 near Fairfield Avenue, heading east. The vehicle eventually came to a stop on the shoulder after they say it drove through a construction zone and hit a semi-truck.
They were able to grab the driver, and he's facing a list of charges. Delta Airlines has suspended its airport escorts and its red coat services for members of Congress and their staff. This comes after Delta CEO Ed Bastian blasted Congress during an interview on CNBC for failing to authorize payment for TSA agents during the shutdown. In a statement, Delta said, next to safety, Delta's number one priority is taking care of our people and customers, which has become increasingly difficult in the current environment. A verdict on a case that could have long-reaching implications for social media.
In a landmark verdict, a jury in New Mexico has found Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, liable for endangering children and misleading users about the safety of its platforms. New Mexico accused Meta of failing to protect minors from abuse. Prosecutors were seeking $2 billion in damages, but the jury ordered the company to pay just $375 million.
ABC's Sophie Flay reporting there. Meta says it will appeal that decision. And some warning bells from Florida, where a Democrat just flipped District 14 in the Tampa Bay area by around 400 votes. That was a district that President Trump won by 7 points. And another district, the state house seat whose district includes President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, also just flipped blue in a special election yesterday. President Trump carried that district by 10 points. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Fewer gamers are playing Fortnite. Now, that company that makes the game has cut 1,000 employees. In a memo to staff, Epic Games said, we've had challenges delivering consistent Fortnite magic with every season. Stock futures this morning, we've got a half hour to the opening bell. They're still up. Dow futures plus 377 at the moment. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, Dan Mandis here. Low T Center is the original TRT clinic, and they've been helping thousands of men across Tennessee and America get their lives back with high-quality testosterone therapy. Low T Center has set the standard that other clinics are still trying to measure up to. Now, Low T Center has been highlighted for having the highest quality testosterone on the market. They only use pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded, so you know exactly what's going into your body. Now, at Low T Center, all providers are board certified and experts in their field. They know the right questions to ask, the right things to look for in your charts, and the right tests to run to keep your TRT smooth and manage side effects too. Now, Low T Center has a variety of peptides to help with healing, muscle tone, recovery, sleep, weight loss, and even hair and skin quality. So head on over to Low T Center and check out their peptide therapy programs. And right now, you can get $50 off per vial for select peptides and GLP-1s. And they also, at Low T Center, they've got some specials going on right now for the month of March. A free T-test for men and hormone testing for women is just $99. That is a huge savings of about $200. Find them online. It's lowtcenter.com and book your TRT appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com.
Okay, so we have a problem this morning in Mount Juliet. It's on 40 westbound before the Wilson-Davidson County line. A crash reported there and pretty jammed up around it. Thompson Station, 840 eastbound, is blocked off this morning. The right lane is blocked off by a crash at Columbia Pike. You've got a crash as well on westbound 24. It's in Antioch at Haywood Lane, just past that, and it's on the right shoulder. Be careful of that one. 40 west in Glen Cliff, right at Spence Lane, a crash that takes out the right shoulder. And then also Jefferson Street in the Fisk area this morning, right at I-40. Watch for a crash in that spot, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.809 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for a Wednesday, March 25th. Want to welcome on in to the program Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton. And Mr. Speaker, always great to have you on. Kind of a last-minute thing, so I appreciate your flexibility. So I went through kind of a deep dive on this earlier today, but much better to hear it from you. The Democrats are pressuring the Republicans in the state legislature to, I guess, vote on a gas tax holiday. And the story in the various media outlets are that Republicans are saying that this is something where, number one, you can't guarantee that the gas stations would actually lower the price of gasoline. And you guys talk about how it's unenforceable. We don't even in the state of Tennessee have a mechanism to do what Georgia is doing because they do their gasoline tax differently than we do here. Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Democrats, based on the affordability issue that was created by Joe Biden, which we all know is trying to argue affordability. Look, the Tennessee's gas taxes ranked out of 50 states, 50 being the lowest. We're at 31 with the lowest gas tax. We are on average $2 less per gallon than the blue states like California and other places that have high regulations, which we don't have. The issue with the gas tax in Tennessee is not a tax that's imposed at the pump. And so if you looked at when we did the sales tax holidays, that's at the register at the time of purchase. So it makes it very easy to collect. And you can't manipulate prices at that point either. And the gas tax is not taken at the pump. I know people think it's at the pump because it shows what it would be. Is actually taken at the wholesale level before the gas is delivered to the gas station. So the issue would be is even if you tried to do that and you took the gas tax down to, from 27.4% or something like that, that would be at the wholesale level. There's nothing that mandates that the gas store owner or the convenience store owner could not continue to charge the same price and just have that 27 cents to be pure profit at that point. That's the issue with the gas tax.
Well, and John Ray Clemens and some of these other folks are saying, Georgia just did it. Well, yeah, but Georgia, they do it differently than we do here in the state of Tennessee. And so, really in Maryland, too, it is apples and oranges. And so, for them to say that, and I think that, they know that there is a difference between, how Georgia implements their gasoline tax and how we implement ours. And it just kind of feels like there is a narrative game at play here because certainly they know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, they're always, up to something. They're against the property cap tax bill that we have. They don't want to limit local government's ability to raise taxes. Look, the other problem is over 25% of our gas tax is collected from people who are not from inside the state of Tennessee. So you are giving a huge tax break to those individuals who are not residents. And I know the Democrats are trying to say it goes to the residents. It goes to much more than that, as well as all these truck companies and 18-wheel companies because of the diesel tax. And, you know, the other thing I would mention as we kind of go through this scenario is we are bordered by 8 states. And so if you do what they are wanting to do, people who live on the border will cross over and buy more gas. And so even if it was achievable because it was at the pump, Tennessee is positioned in a way where it would be a lot more people who are from outside the state getting the benefit to the degree of we're paying a tax cut for them who live in another state or who are passing through. And so, look, I think it's a politics thing for the Democrats. They're looking for some kind of win. But there's no guarantee that even if you did it, that the gas would go down because that's up to the store owner on what they want to charge.
Exactly. Here in the state of Tennessee, you know, some people we have a text line, and some people are like, well, why can't we be like Georgia? Well, Georgia has a state income tax and we don't.
Well, I mean, correct. I mean, you know, a lot of these states have different taxes than we don't, and we reduced taxes by $4 billion. If you look at the affordability to live in Tennessee, it's really low compared to other states. You can live here on less money than other places, and so we take affordability to be very serious, and we understand things are going up and prices are going up. A lot has to do with, you know, the war in Iraq. A lot had to do with Joe Biden and his 4 years and what he has done to our economy. It's just like, you know, if you're looking at healthcare, they want to make healthcare affordable. President Obama tried to say that the ACA and the exchange would make that affordable, and what you've seen is it doesn't make it affordable. It just means the government is subsidizing more and more, which is increasing debt at the federal level. And so all the policies that the Democrats propose, it's not about making things more affordable. It's actually about losing control, losing your freedom, you losing your ability to make purchases and do things that you want. Healthcare is one thing, and it goes on and on and on. And the Democrats' philosophy is have you dependent upon the government. Our philosophy is how you dependent upon yourself, and that's what Trump about making America great again is all about.
Speaking of making things great again, Memphis seems to be doing pretty well, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about, did you have a chance to meet with President Trump when he was in Tennessee this week? Were you able to spend some time with him? I know that you're busy here in Nashville, but he was in Memphis.
He was. I did get to spend a little bit of time. I was on the roundtable discussion with the president and other members of his cabinet. And look, what we're doing in Memphis is successful. What you've done is you've taken resources and put them in place and reduced crime to a 30-year low in Memphis. You now have, in the 6 short months that the federal, the state was working together to improve lives in Shelby County, you had 100 less people murdered in those 6 months than the previous year in the same 6 months, which means those are 100 people who now have the ability and God's given ability to have more purpose in life than be a crime statistic. We also had 10,000 less victims in that 6-month period compared to the previous year within those same 6 months. So that's 10,000 less victims. It is making a difference. You talk to families, and now they can go sit on their front porch. They can ride their bikes in the neighborhood. They feel safe when they go outside. That's about freedom. That's about peace. And when you talk to people in Memphis, they talk about how peaceful it is. They don't hear gunshots. They don't hear sirens all the time. That's the difference. The next thing on our list is to go in and take over the Memphis schools. 40 years of failure is too much. We want to turn that around and give people now the opportunity to be successful, to turn around their schools, to give them a chance to do more than currently what's available through, unfortunately, the Democrat policies that's holding that city back.
All right. I know that you are very busy. The governor has submitted his budget to the state legislature. I mean, any surprise there? Obviously there's a lot to do. Talk about that process real quick.
Yeah, so he has submitted. It's a 10% reduction from last year. And so I know a lot of people are saying the budget keeps growing, but it's a 10% reduction this year and the last year was close to a 2% decrease in budget. So we are maintaining it. There are some things in there, some priorities that we're trying to do. A lot is with roads and such. And so we are progressing. I think that our state's in very good financial shape. We're able to handle a lot of stuff and do a lot of good in our state. And the last thing is to tie this all back around with the Democrats' gas holiday. We fund our roads unlike any other state, Georgia per se. We do not bond our roads. We do not borrow for our roads. We pay as you go, which means we incur no debt. Other states don't do that. Other states will borrow. They will leverage people's longevity by taxing them to pay for their roads. We do it as you go. The Democrats' plan would put a hole of $100 million into the budget. That goes directly to the roads. It doesn't go to the general fund. So we're very conservative. We're going to make sure that we're doing what we need to.
$70 to $80 million a month comes from the gasoline tax?
That's right. And sometimes it goes up, but the diesel tax sometimes gets above $30 million on its own. So, the Democrats, not only would they be giving a holiday to 25 to 30% of the people who do not live in our state, the roads money would decrease by $80 million, which means we couldn't go in and to the local communities and continue to widen or pave, and we would have to pull back on some of those projects. I don't think that's what the people want, especially when we're ranked 31st out of 50 on the gas tax. We're a low gas tax state. Our gas prices are $2 less on average than all these other blue states. California is over $2 per gallon more than what's in Tennessee. Our affordability here is maintaining the quality of life that people want to do, growing the government at a reasonable rate, which has been inflation plus 1.7%, which I think is very conservative, not borrowing more. We're actually paying off debt. We're putting money in the rainy day fund, and the bond companies are saying we're the best state fiscally in the nation. I think there's value in that. And the Democrats don't value that because they want us to be California.
Speaker of the House, boy, you got that right. Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Mr. Speaker, always great to have you on, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes, thank you all. Appreciate you.
All right. Cameron Sexton. I knew what he was going to say, and he just said it a lot better than I did because he's Cameron Sexton. But
yeah, you want it to come from an authority figure.
Yes, Georgia, they do have, because people are, why can't we be like Georgia? They've got a completely different system in Georgia. They tax the gasoline distributors. We tax the gasoline stations, and maybe at some point we can talk about, changing the way that we tax. But, bottom line is that he laid out his case very well. All right, it is 8:19 on Super Talk. By the way, we were talking about, Joan, you'll love this. I don't know if you're watching the Super Text line.
Yeah.
But I was doing the body contour spot.
Yeah.
And Jason was kind enough, I think it was Jason, was kind enough to offer to, send me some pictures of his body contouring. I said, thank you, Jason. I'm good, though. It's all good. Don't need to see that. He said,
I'm with him. I mean,
he said, you're lost. I go, that's okay, man. I've lost a lot in my life. That's just another loss that I'm going to have to deal with.
Dan doesn't need to know how well Dr. Jeff Horn's vision correction surgery worked.
That is exactly right. Do you know what my problem is whenever I talk to Cameron Sexton?
What's that?
I want to call him Cameron Smith.
Oh.
Like, and I don't know what it is. It's like I've got a track in my brain. And so I always have to write it down to make sure that I don't call him Cameron Smith. Because I like both of them. But also, I've been dealing with a bit of a disadvantage today. I got a lot more going on than usual because, with Joan working at home, I've got Joan on FaceTime. So if I need to know if Joan is sitting at her computer, so I don't start rambling at her thinking that she's there and she's not, I could just look at the FaceTime and figure out if she is sitting at her computer or not. The problem is Grandpa's having a hard time with FaceTime. So because I never use FaceTime like ever. So I'm trying to mute and unmute and, talk to Joan, but mute the phone. And it's like, oh, my God. And Joan's like, no, you got to hit the little red microphone. And she's... Anyway.
So yeah, it's been a struggle. So right now,
the struggle is real, Joan.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
I can hear you in the background right now because you still haven't.
Oh, on the phone?
Yeah.
And Joan, Shingang,
right.
Pass
exactly.
That's
now we all know what I'm working with.
There we go. Wow, Joan. Did you just say now you know what I'm working with?
Joan, you got to change his name in your phone from Dan to Kawawa.
By the way, Joan, you are now muted on your phone. And if you're not careful, I'll mute your career. Totally kidding.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm just kidding. We love Joan. All right, very good. It is 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right, very quickly, where are we? Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan, what you got?
So we have the investigation that has pinpointed some of the errors that occurred in that LaGuardia airplane crash. Also, We'll tell you what NES customers are paying for, and it may be stoking a little bit of anger. It's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 822, Dan here. And my place to shop for furniture and appliances is DT McCall's. I bought both from DT McCall's, appliances and furniture, and they can help you as well. Now, they're always looking for ways to save you money. Check out their website right now at dtmccalls.com. You need a washing machine. They've got the GE Energy Star Ultra Fast Combo right now. And with the rebate, you're going to save $800. It is now March, and that means that you might need a new barbecue, and they've got the absolute best. Louisiana grills at great prices for all budgets. So listen, if you've got a room to fill, they can help you with the best brands of sectionals for living rooms and bedroom suites and dining room furniture as well. All at great prices and customer service. I've got a number of items in my home from DT McCall's. Remember, they have as many of their items made right here in the state of Tennessee as possible. They've been around for 4 generations, 100 years of treating people right. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. $824 Super Talk 99.7. Loan Pronto. Stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. It is a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity with no appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Now, Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day with a rate that is at a 3-year low right now. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out all of their credit cards. They started a home improvement project and cut their monthly expenses by $1,500. That's why you need to call Loan Pronto and see how much cash you can get. No hard credit pull up front. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free thanks to Loan Pronto. They've got an A+ rating by the Better Business Bureau with nearly 2,800 5-star Google reviews. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Online, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Are you going to go public with that story, Chris? Is that something that we want to talk about?
Yeah, I think we do.
Okay. Joan, Sam,
Yeah.
Chris threatened to run somebody over with his motorcycle last night.
It's not exactly.
Alan Richson.
Did they jump out in front of you?
No.
We'll talk about it.
There's time. We need time.
We need time to just let the story breathe. And Chris wants to, speaking of breathing, choke somebody out. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more.
I thought you were a nice Christian man.
I am, and I'm going to do it in a God-loving, Jesus-fearing kind of way.
You know what?
In a table-flipping kind of way, not in my father's house kind of way.
You know what you can do is when the flood comes, you leave them outside the ark. That's what you can do.
Throw them a raft.
That's exactly right, with a hole in it. Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The NTSB now revealing what they have learned from the Air Canada cockpit recorders after that LaGuardia crash. Among the crucial errors, one air traffic controller granted permission for the plane to land on runway 4, but another cleared the fire truck to cross the same runway. And then the truck's surface safety system also failed to trigger alerts for controllers. An NTSB official reading out the final moments before that crash.
At 9 seconds, the tower instructed truck 1 to stop. At 8 seconds, there was a sound consistent with the airplane's landing gear touching down on the runway. At 6 seconds, there was a pilot transfer of controls from one pilot to the other. And at 4 seconds, the tower again instructed truck 1 to stop. At 0 seconds, the recording ended.
Another revelation, the two controllers had been working a shift that typically starts at 10:30 at night and lasts till 6:30 in the morning when air traffic controllers have historically experienced fatigue. The NTSB saying that that's a shift that's been the focus of past investigations. Something new for NES customers to fume about. Channel 4 is reporting that taxpayers, ratepayers are now funding a 24-hour security detail for the utilities executives. Here's WSMV4's Jeremy Finley.
NES's embattled leader, Teresa Applin-Broyles, started receiving 24 hours a day protection from off-duty Metro Police at her Nashville home on February 1st. That's according to emails between Metro Police and WSMV4 Investigates. Also receiving 12 hours a day security at his home, COO Brent Baker.
It further angers me.
Councilwoman Courtney Johnson has become a fierce critic of NES since the storm.
It just seems more and more I'm seeing just a very flippant attitude on how we spend ratepayer and taxpayer dollars.
And that security detail has cost the utility and its customers about $144,000 to date. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And we're starting off trading this morning on the plus side. The Dow Jones Industrials starting out 556 points higher. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mendes here. I want to tell you about my friends at Ridgeside K9 Nashville. Now, I've been talking about these folks for quite some time now. If you've got a dog that is misbehaving, aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, they can help you. I call them the dog whisperers. They are the elite in dog trainers here in Middle Tennessee. And you know what they're doing this weekend? They're actually doing a spring kickoff party. It is happening on Sunday, March 29th, and this is going to be at 2 p.m. at the Tailgate Brewery in Hendersonville. So you're going to bring your dogs out, and they're going to have some doggy lessons there, as a matter of fact. And so they're going to have some appetizers, some non-alcoholic drinks, and they are going to be celebrating the beginning of spring. It is a great opportunity to chat with their trainers, ask any questions you might have, and help your pups practice their neutrality and social skills in preparation for your spring and summertime adventures. That's what it says, and that's what they're going to do. So again, don't forget that it's going to be this coming Sunday, March 29th, beginning at 2 p.m., and it's going to be at the Tailgate Brewery in Hendersonville. Tell them I said hello. And they're going to have some appetizers and some non-alcoholic drinks as well. And they're going to tell you all about how they can help your dog. You can also find them online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. .834 at Nashville's Morning News. Now, why is it, Chris Hand, that people are telling me that maybe I need to have some training of my own? That is coming up.
You haven't taken that training yet?
I have not yet taken the training, but some super texters believe that I should.
Are you still going potty in the house?
Only when it's necessary, Sam. Only when it's necessary. When I need to act out, that's what I do. Moving right along. The Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Let me give you a phone number that is going to help you feel better fast. It is 615-246-5009. Again, painisbad.com is the website for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, if you have back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, well, they can help you with all of that and a whole lot more. And they're going to help you out financially as well. And this is certainly welcome in these times. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression going on right now for listeners to WTN. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. You want to check them out online, painisbad.com. That is painisbad.com. That phone number, 615-246-5009. They've got all kinds of different technology there to help you, including robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, painisbad.com.
Okay, so there's an accident this morning in Glencliff on 40 westbound. It's right at Spence Lane, and it's on the right shoulder. This, by the way, is the second crash that has occurred in that area this morning. Thompson Station, 840 eastbound past Columbia Pike. The right lane is blocked off by a crash. And Glen Rose Avenue in South Nashville. Watch for the scene of a crash there at Foster Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't even know what this music is, and I don't care. So, 2407 says this, and this is directed at you, Joan, because I said that I was going to mute your career earlier, right? But it was a joke.
So rude.
So 2407 says...
So mean-spirited.
So 2407 says, Dan...
Right before her vacation.
So he says, Dan, with the I'm your boss power flex, you wonder why you get hate listeners, you big jerk.
I know. I texted that fast, too.
Yeah.
It's really good. Really good, Chris. But I got a couple like that. It's like, have you people completely lost your ever-loving minds? Do you not, number one, know that even if I wanted to, like, mute Joan's career, I couldn't. But number two, I hired Joan. And number three, I love Joan. I love Joan so much that I've been on FaceTime with her for 4 hours today.
Longest FaceTime ever.
Longest FaceTime ever. Probably the most uneventful as well, but whatever. Anyway, so...
4702 says, Joan, go ahead and tell Dan that the day you started his show, he ended your career.
Oh, that's funny. See, that's good. That
Man.
is good.
Oof.
Now, when you go up and you, like as we do, Chris, we scroll up on the super text line and you see that this guy, 2407, out of apparently Michigan, that explains a lot, is a perpetual, a chronic Dan Mandis hater. So that's fine. Whatever.
To be fair, we're not 100% sure that this isn't Gretchen Whitmer.
You know what? It could be Gretchen Whitmer.
It very well could be.
Anyway, so yeah, but I did actually find it kind of fun. It's like I can't imagine somebody is that thick that they would think that I would be serious. I would never say that to Joan. I can't afford the tires.
That is true, yeah.
People are like, Dan, you better be careful with Joan because, you might as well just go ahead and start investing in the new tires now.
You have to. Get them on layaway.
That's exactly
They're
right.
going to be needed.
You know what?
Why do you think we picked up Tire World as a sponsor?
There you go. Thank you, Sam. Very good. So speaking of slashing tires, Joan, I don't know, and Sam, I don't know if you heard this, but, Chris Hand almost got into it yesterday.
Yeah, what happened here, Chris?
There was a little kerfuffle.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bit of a
rigmarole.
It was one of those things where I was torn. Do I say anything or not? But I said I'm going to do it.
You have to say something.
I'm going to do it.
We're at Little League last night. Go Yankees! That was my son Brooks's team. So we were rooting for the Yankees, and they played a good game. They lost. The other team was great. The kids were awesome. Nothing against the kids, but Virginia was asked, "Can you run the scoreboard?" My sweet wife. And she has about zero experience ever doing this. Okay? So they said, don't worry, it's easy. So Virginia goes, okay. And she lines up a babysitter for the other 3 kids because it's a late night game. So she's now paying out of her pocket to run the scoreboard, out of my pocket to run the scoreboard. And she goes and she does it. And I was like, that's great. That's awesome. But there's this dad on the other team. And Virginia would accidentally put up a ball instead of a strike.
Mm-hmm.
And this dad is screaming at her the whole time.
Oh,
hey, you got it wrong. What are you doing? Hey, kid. It's like, sir, this is a volunteer. She's never done this before in her life. So we're walking out. And this is after I'm getting text after text after text from my wife. So
where are you during all of this?
yeah.
I was running the iPad because I also volunteered to keep track of balls and strikes for the stats on the iPad. There's an app called Game Changer, so family members can watch the games.
Got it.
So I'm running this. So Virginia was texting me for help, and I'm sending her screenshots back, being I'm equally as confused. I'm with you. I'm up the creek, and I have no paddles. So at the end of the game, Virginia dips out. And we were walking out, and I saw the guy. And I was like, do I say something? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to say something.
Of course.
So I walked right up to him. I said, hey, man, next time, instead of, yelling at my wife, you're welcome to volunteer.
Yep, absolutely.
You see, he just got very defensive. I wasn't yelling at her. I'm like, bud, I have a picture of you in my text messages.
She should have filmed it.
She should have.
She should have filmed it. It's like, really? Is this you?
But you're heckling the scorekeeper?
Yeah. Well, so there's a couple of things.
It gets so competitive. That's crazy.
But that doesn't actually impact what the real score is.
Right.
There are people that are keeping that's just for the audience in attendance.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly right.
She's doing the best that she can. Poor girl.
We know that happened to me.
You also you
When-
yelled at a woman keeping score?
No, I'd get my butt kicked. No. I was, number one, good for Virginia for volunteering. That's number one. Number two, I think that, by and large, it's not when you're coaching Little League or you're in that environment or culture, it's always the parents.
I don't understand.
Usually the kids are chill and cool. It's the parents that are just complete a-holes.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, I just don't understand why parents are losing their minds that much. And, like, your team was winning.
Over balls and strikes, by the way.
Yeah, your team is winning. You guys are doing great. Like, kudos to the kids. Great team.
Yeah.
And our team played great too. But why are we heckling the scorekeeper? I was laughing with Virginia. I was like, I can't even remember a time where I thought to myself, is the scorekeeper doing the right thing up there or not?
Yeah.
It just doesn't cross my mind.
So I had to do the same thing. Now, does Virginia know a lot about baseball?
No, not really.
Okay.
Like enough to get by, enough to enjoy the game, but you know.
I would be willing to bet that Virginia knows more about baseball and the X's and O's of baseball than I do about football. Yet I, for some stupid reason, volunteered to run the scoreboard at a high school football game in Texas.
Oh, well, okay. That is a different animal altogether than Murfreesboro Little League.
So they roped me in. I didn't want to do it, but it was at the end of my son's game way back when, and they were desperate. They were desperate. And so, they grab me by the arm and they say, hey, can you do this? Now, my wife at the time is already working the snack bar.
Yep.
So I was like, show me what. I had no idea how complicated it was. So you got to watch the referee, and if he's doing the windmill, then you keep the clock going, and if he does the X's with his arms, that's you're stopping the clock, and all of this, and it was years ago, so I don't remember all of it, but I have blocked it out. But it was a nightmare, and people are turning around and they're yelling at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, and I mean, it was those people were out for blood, and of course, the game went into overtime.
Oh, so you had to do it for a little bit longer.
Well, not only, but it was also one of those games where they're running the clock, they're playing the clock. You know what I'm talking about? So it's like, when you got to stop the clock, you've got to stop it like immediately. It's one of those kinds of games.
Yep. That makes sense.
And it was honestly, it was like I needed a police escort out of there.
To put it into context, though, we were dealing with 8-year-olds last night.
Yes.
Who had a long day at school, and some of them were picking daisies in the outfield. Like these kids are just trying to get through it. But Virginia said that the way Murfreesboro Little League works, there's like a snack stand in the middle.
Yes.
And then there's a second level of the snack stand with all these windows that view all the fields that are around it circular.
Yeah.
And she texted me at one point, she's like, I swear it's not just me. The other scorekeepers are losing their minds over this guy as well. Like, that's how intense he's being.
The lack of self-awareness of some of these people.
I just don't understand it.
It's like a game. That's number one. Well, okay. So if I want to go through the teachable moment, what are you teaching the kids?
My son would have made it to the majors had that scorekeeper back in 2026 actually put it as a ball instead of a strike.
Where was the what was the score of the?
I think it was 7-4 was the final score.
No,
I mean, it was a close game. The kids were battling, but we never had the lead.
Is it one of those old scoreboard things with the little switches?
Dude, this thing looked like it was out of the 80s. Like,
okay,
it was a block with a little antenna pointed at the scoreboard.
Yep.
And she called me up. She's like, how do I do this? I'm like, I have no idea.
Now, was this T-ball?
No, it's just kid pitch. Kid pitch.
What is kid pitch?
So the kids
underhand?
You have kids pitching the ball. So it's like your first step after the coach is pitching.
Got it. Okay. Well, very good.
So it's like the next level up. But I just want everybody to know, if you're playing the Yankees, be on your best behavior, because I will talk about it on the radio.
It's exactly right. You know what you needed to do?
Astros 2 in coach pitch. Don't think you're getting out of it if you're in the coach pitch league.
Oh, that is
I got
funny.
2 boys, and I'm taking notes.
What you need to do, you need to start getting license plates, and that way we can out them on the radio.
Chris, I'll go out there with my knife.
It's exactly right.
This is why I love Joan.
Hang out in the parking lot.
I could say to Joan, listen, there's a guy we got to take care of. We got to slash his tires, and Joan will say, whose car are we taking?
It's exactly right.
You
That's all you
just tell
got to
me
do.
the make and model. I'll find it.
So funny.
I'll find it.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's always the parents. You know what I mean? And it's like, why can't they just chill the F out? When I was a a parent in Little League, I never got that crazed.
There's some things, though, where, like, I could understand if you're watching and it's a tight game and the ump blows a call to be like, oh, come on, what are we doing? Like, I sort of get that. But the scorekeeper has nothing to do with any of these things.
All right, I want Virginia to graduate to umpiring and see how she would do.
Umpiring is a whole other. No.
I'm not putting her in that line of fire.
Mm-mm.
I thought
husband
it was safe to be the scorekeeper.
John did that.
My
Joan?
husband wasn't. He was an umpire, and he can tell the story better than me. But at one point, he was umpiring, and he was a paid, professional umpire, and he was umpiring a game between, cops, like the teams that they have leagues, and I guess he made a call that they didn't like, and they actually followed him to his car, yelling at him.
Oh, my goodness!
Talk about feeling unsafe. So it gets ugly. Like, people get ugly over these games.
By the way, 48.99 says, with Virginia and doing the scorekeeper thing, it's just more proof that women need to stay in the kitchen.
Oh my gosh.
48.99.
I mean, she was close. She was above the snack stand.
What's 48.99's car? What make and model is his car?
Do you know what the funny thing is? I actually had fun in the snack stand. Like, I had a lot of fun doing the snack stand stuff. Yeah.
I feel like in another life, you could be like that fun beachside hot dog joint manager.
Oh, you know what? That is my retirement plan.
Is it?
I'm gonna go out to the Gulf Coast and just sell hot dogs.
I love it.
That's exactly right. Anyway, so very good, and I'll spare you the story because I may break down in tears, Joan, where I had to be about 9 or 10, and I'm up at the plate. My dad is the umpire.
Okay.
And it's like bases loaded and we're down by 2. And who comes up to the plate but yours truly? And I took a called third strike.
Oh.
My father, and it was outside. My dad rung me up on a third strike. And for years, when I became an adult, the joke was always still, that ball was outside. I never forgave him for that.
That's good.
On his deathbed,
so
Dad, it was outside. Anyways, so funny.
That's hilarious.
He and I joked. I was upset at the time. Like,
Oh, sure.
he's driving me home. I didn't really know how to curse at the time, but if I did, he would have heard it.
You were dropping some dadgummits.
I was dropping some dadgummits. Well, cursing was not allowed in my house with when my dad was around. My mom was the salty sailor cursing kind of person, but that was probably why they were divorced. Anyway, moving right along. So 8:52, Joan's got the news coming up at 9 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, we'll take a look at whether the Senate will go on a 2-week break without funding DHS. Also, a heads up for you, there's a there's a No Kings protest coming to Nashville this weekend, and organizers want you to lend them a hand. We've got those stories at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan, at 8:52, and Dan Mendes here. It is March. Lots of weddings are being planned right now, and I can tell you the best place for engagement rings is my place, Brentwood Jewelry. You've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands and semi-amount engagement rings and loose diamonds as well. They've got rings for every budget and style for both men and women at Brentwood Jewelry. Now, they are the official jewelry store of the Mandas house. I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she bought me my favorite watch. And so this is the place you want to go, whether we are talking about an anniversary, an engagement, or a watch, a birthday, whatever. If you need a shiny special gift for somebody special, go to my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Check them out online, brentwoodjewelry.com. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood. Again, just off Franklin Road, brentwoodjewelry.com. Dan Mandis here, 8:53 on Super Talk 99.7. Stoltz Co. Now, this is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. Now, they've been building pole barns now for a long time, and I've been endorsing them for a long time because it is a great company. Now, these pole barns built by Stoltz Co., they can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. You can live in these pole barns built from Stoltz Co. They do offer turnkey options. Now, that means that at Stoltz Co., they can handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you are home thanks to my friend at Stoltz Co. My friends at Stoltz Co. Now, they can be used for anything. If you've got some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992 at Stoltz Co. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So a few things. The guy that said that women should stay in the kitchen and not in the scoreboard shack, he did say that he was just kidding.
He said he doesn't want Joan coming after him.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could have been a mix of both. It could have been a jokey joke, or it could have been a little bit of fear.
Also, by the way, I should mention the rest of the story when my dad was the umpire and he called me out, at the end of that game. And I was really upset. I had forgotten that my father also said to me, son, I don't know why you're upset. You always strike out.
You're making it worse, Dad.
That's what I told him.
You're like the Charlie Brown of your family.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm so sorry, Dan.
Oh, it's all right.
It made you who you are.
Or something like
Let's
that.
be honest. I mean, what am I, really? My my brother was all, in high school, I don't know if you have any brothers, but in high school, my brother was 2 grades up. He was good looking. He was the surfer. All the girls loved him. And I was me. That's all I got to say.
You were getting called out by your own dad.
Yes, I was getting called out by my own dad. My brother gave me atomic wedgies. And yes, they did throw me in the trash can.
Oh, my gosh.
True story. Anyway, on all of those notes, Chris Hand is coming up next on WTN.